much. I now welcome the first panel to the stage, and that's Mr. Hans Olof Ibrecht, Special Envoy of Climate and Security Minister of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Norway. Please take a seat. It is Annika Blakstedt Ottenhed, Deputy Director General and Head of Department for Results at CEDA. And Maria Erla Maraldsdottir, Climate Ambassador, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Iceland. To do the opening dialogue on Nordic partnerships at the stakes of financing adaptation in Africa, moderated by Sasha Jarjakilia, Senior Director of IMCA. Sasha, please take the floor.
Testing, yes. Can you hear me? No. Okay, testing, yes? All right, great. Thank you all. It's wonderful to see such a great crowd here, and thank you so much for your presence. Thank you. And for all discussing today, we're going to have a really interesting panel discussion. We've got our members from IMCA here. I'm Sashi Jayatilaka, and I'm the Senior Director for the IMCA. And so I'd like to just start because we had such a, opening remarks that show how cooperation in IMCA is critical, and Nordic leadership is leading that. And I'd like to start with Hans, you, if you don't mind, as you take off your jacket. So Nordic countries have a strong history of collaboration and global leadership. How do you think Nordic partnerships can meaningfully contribute to advancing resilience in Africa? And what do you think makes this moment particularly important in joint action? Is your mic working? Let's double check.
Thank you very much. First, let me congratulate IMCA for the great progress that they've made so far. I've been really looking forward to this discussion and the launch of the third funding window, the adaptation finance window, that was just basically launched here at this COP. And we need a strong adaptation outcome from COP30. And of course, this launch actually sends a clear signal from the Nordics that we are committed and that we are taking action beyond what we are discussing further up the road, if I can use that, or runway to the right here, where our colleagues that are negotiating. Of course, the Nordics, we have, as you said, a tradition for strong cooperation between ourselves, and I think this is underpinned by some key areas. We have shared values. We all believe in equality, gender rights and human rights. We are also small countries individually, but combined we are actually quite large. We are also rich. I think that's also fair to say. And we score high on the Human Development Index, and we are generally happy if you look at all the ratings that the Nordics receive. And given geopolitics today, many of the shared values that we are actually sharing are under pressure, but not within the Nordic context. So this is a safe space for us. We don't have to discuss whether gender is important or not, and whether we need to adhere to the key principles of human rights, etc. So we can focus on the important stuff, which is actually mobilizing climate action and ambitions, and also then strengthen resilience and meet the demands from our colleagues in Africa and in other regions. By pooling our resources, we can more effectively crowd in private sector resources on a larger scale, and of course it also facilitates cross-learning across ourselves. So also working through partnerships is critical to achieve greater impact. And it's also, I think it's really important to underscore, because USAID was part of this club when we initiated it. It's also an insurance in reduction of support, because alliances like IMCA ensured that initiatives that started, for instance, with USAID did not end with USAID's closure. And the FASA fund that we have actually set up together with USAID is also one example to that. Of course, supporting adaptation is key. There are different numbers being used. I've seen that less than 15 cents of every dollar spent on climate action currently goes to adaptation. And we need to develop innovative solutions to scale adaptation. And that's why we are so pleased with the IMCA adaptation finance window that we have already used actually through the Lightsmith group that has actually then provided or established a new investment platform, Scale, which aims to mobilize hundreds of millions of US dollars for adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hans. Maybe I'll pass, and I think we have another working mic. Yes, you can hear me? Okay. Okay. I'll pass it to you, Annika, if you don't mind. Private capital has been increasingly seen as a central solution in climate. What role do you think the Nordic countries can play in terms of encouraging greater private sector engagement through climate finance and in initiatives like what we have here in IMCA?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes.
So thanks a lot for inviting us, and I think this is such a good opportunity, and I'm happy to hear that we also belong to the happy people in the world. Hope everybody is happy here. I think what the Nordic countries can achieve together with our partners across the world is, of course, by creating platforms where the private sector can meet the needs of people in partner countries at local and national level. I think that is, where we can meet and see what are the challenges that we see. The Loss and Damage Fund is one example of where we can try to address needs and also crowd in the private sector, as we heard. But we also need to ensure that the risks that the private sector face in many countries are met through knowledge from, not the least, I think, the development cooperation from long time back, together with all the knowledge that is present in the partner countries. So I think the private sector will add funding through either funds or platforms or insurance companies if they see that the risks that they face today can be addressed and minimized through the support of development cooperation and with other instruments such as guarantees, where the guarantee in itself from, for example, Sweden, Norway, or Denmark or Iceland can increase the likelihood of countries receiving funds and private sector investing at a decreased risk. And also think that if the government funding will increase through different guarantees, in itself that will attract private sector funding, because they can together accomplish what no single actor today can accomplish, which is address climate change at the local level in many countries. And I also think that the development cooperation together with our partner countries, if we work together with increased transparency, accountability of the civil society, trying also to decrease perhaps the corruption in some parts of the world, that in itself will also add to the private sector's interest in investing. And I think that's why we're here today, to ensure that there is enough funding with the combined efforts from the private and the public sector to ensure that what we agree upon here will be financed, but will be financed upon and from the needs of people living in the partner countries and at local level in all parts of the world. Thank you.
Yeah. Like building an ecosystem of confidence for the communities that we're investing in. And now I'll shift it to you, Maria. If you can share a little bit about why you think investing in adaptation in Africa matters to the Nordic region, and not just in terms of solidarity, but also in shaping a more resilient and stable future.
Thank you. And I would also like to thank the IMCA team for everything, all your hard work, and congratulations on the window. Why it matters for the Nordic, Nordic region is, first of all, I think it matters because we see it from our point of view as a kind of shared resilience. As we all know, climate change is not a local issue. It's a global challenge. So when harvest fails in Africa, global food prices go up. When scare and livelihood collapse, I mean, we have forced displacement and so on. So it's not a local issue, it's a global issue. And this also affects the Nordic region. So by supporting adaptation in Africa, for example, with climate smart agriculture and other programs that many of us have, we are actually reducing global risk. So this is a way of sharing, I would say. We could see it from that perspective. It's also an investment in stability and peace, because adaptation is not only about responding to climate impacts, it's also about preventing crisis. So we all know that when we support adaptation, the likelihood of conflicts and displacement drop dramatically. So that has impact. And also, it's actually a strategic investment for all of us, because every euro we spend on resilience or adaptation, we actually save on humanitarian and peacekeeping costs, so it has that effect also. So I would say that, I mean, why? Supporting adaptation in Africa is an investment for global stability, peace, and security.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. True to your stereotypes of big happy people, you were also very punctual with your remarks. We do have additional exciting discussion planned for this afternoon, so I'd like to hand the mic back to Jens, and distinguished speakers, we'll back to our seats.
Does this work? Thank you very much to the panel, and I'll now like to invite Satu Santala, Managing Director of the Nordic Development Fund, to go to the stage and present the call for proposal for AFWA. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Jens, and the silent disco continues. Dear colleagues, partners, friends, it's a real privilege to be here today with you among so many of us that share a deep commitment to Africa's future that's vibrant, green and resilient. My name is Satu Santala. I represent the Nordic Development Fund. It's a multilateral fund that's been established by the 5 Nordic countries, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway and Sweden. And as a concessional climate financier, we've been investing in the nexus of climate and development for the past 16 years, the priority in sub-Saharan Africa. NDF's catalytic power comes from engaging early with our risk-tolerant, flexible financing. Over the years, we have supported initiatives that bring together governments, innovators and the private sector, because we know that no single actor can solve the climate crisis alone. And going forward, we know we have to do more and smarter in climate finance. And that's why we are so excited to be part of the IMCA partnership, where we can bring our catalytic tools together with other financiers to stimulate markets and reach scale. When we talk about climate change in Africa, we're not really talking about some distant scenarios. We're talking about lived realities today, about families whose crops have withered from drought, about young people whose hopes are threatened by floods and food insecurity. And yet, despite these challenges, Africa remains a continent of extraordinary resilience and innovation. Every time I visit Africa, I'm reminded that this is really not a story that stops at vulnerability. It's really a story of possibility. It's actually written right here. Africa is not just a victim, a solutions hub. And that is so true. Adaptation and resilience are really a foundation of sustainable development and shared prosperity. Without resilient infrastructure, businesses cannot grow. Without climate-smart agriculture, food security can't be guaranteed. And without access to clean water and energy, communities cannot thrive. Previous speakers already underlined the imbalance of Africa really not contributing significantly to greenhouse gas emissions, but really suffering some of the harshest impacts. And this imbalance really is a call for collective action. The need is huge. We know from country strategies that the need for adaptation investments in Africa is at least $70 billion annually. We also know that of the current supply of adaptation finance, only 10% comes from the private sector. But public finance alone cannot solve this, so we really need scale and speed to engage the private sector to protect the gains that have been made and also to unlock the enormous potential that lies ahead. The reason why we have put together the adaptation finance window for Africa is really that we believe there are opportunities to invest in adaptation in Africa. For too long, we've seen adaptation as a cost, something that governments and donors to handle. But today we also see it differently. Adaptation is also good business. For example, we've seen investments in resilient infrastructure, protecting natural assets such as mangroves through community-led carbon projects like Mikoko Pamoja, or through climate-smart agribusinesses, for example, supporting Africa's farmers to acquire tools that build climate resilience, such as sun culture, solar irrigation, or through insurance. Companies such as Pula are scaling climate intelligence and insurance products to help farmers mitigate risk of climate hazards. There really is a rapidly growing market for climate resilient technologies, from drought-resistant seeds to renewable mini-grids, from digital weather services to early warning systems. But to mobilize private capital, we need trust, we need partnership, we need innovation in finance. It doesn't happen automatically. Things like blended finance mechanisms, risk-sharing instruments, impact-driven funds that make viable make it viable for investors to enter frontier markets. And that's what we at NDF really strive to do, to de-risk climate investments and demonstrate that resilience and profitability can and must go hand in hand. So, as Her Excellency, or Her Royal Highness the Queen of Denmark already announced in her speech, we are here today to announce the first ever African-focused adaptation finance window of IMCA, initially funded by the Nordic Development Fund, Denmark and Iceland, and facilitated by IMCA. We are very proud to partner with our colleagues here to support and invest in the growth of Africa's resilience by making available 40 million euro in catalytic capital and technical assistance grants. This will tentatively support 3 investment vehicles that prioritize adaptation finance in sub-Saharan Africa. With this initial effort, we also welcome other funders and partners to join in. Through a request of proposals, we are looking for different types of investments for us to assess. For example, they can be investments that make assets more resilient to physical climate risks. That's climate resilient infrastructure. They can also be investments that promote products and services that help make communities, businesses, and individuals more resilient to the impact of climate change. They can be early warning systems, drought-resistant seeds, for example. We recognize that today there's a limited number of adaptation and resilience investment vehicles operating currently in Africa. Our goal is to support investment managers who will develop replicable models for future market development. And again, this is why we at NDF find this collaboration so appealing. Our role really is to co-invest with partners in what is difficult to do and to help make it possible. And that's a shared vision by our IMCA partners. I also wanted to underline that this is really a co-creation of solutions where Nordic and African partners would work together, learning together and invest together. Africa brings an incredible wealth of talent, ideas and entrepreneurial energy. The Nordic countries, on the other hand, bring tradition of innovation, green technology and long-term thinking. When we combine these strengths, we do more than finance projects. We shift the narrative from dependency to joint responsibility, from vulnerability to resilience, from short-term aid to long-term partnerships. So let me end with a simple call. Let us move from intention to investment, from commitments to collaboration. Let's make adaptation a truly shared mission that unites finance, innovation and justice. At the Nordic Development Fund and with our IMCA partners, we stand ready to walk the journey together with you, side by side, as partners, investors, and as believers in Africa's potential. You can access the full request for proposals in the QR code that is in these little beautiful green cards on your seats, and do take a look at that. So together we can build a climate resilient Africa for shared prosperity, not just for today, but for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Satu, and I'm sorry that there is some interference here and there. It's a very busy place today in Belém. Next, we have our second panel, and I'd like to invite Dr. Cosmas Oching, Director of Climate Change, Food Security and Natural Resource Division of UNICA, to the stage. Chitembo Kawimba Chunga, Lead Adaptation and Resilience, Climate Investment Funds. Melina Rosman, Director of Portfolio Origination and Management, Nordic Development Fund. Hello, are the microphones not working?
I did want to make one quick announcement before we start the panel, because our climate ambassador from Iceland had also a very important announcement to make at the end of last session. So I'm going to pass the mic to her very quickly.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to what I said earlier, and Satu has already mentioned that Iceland is planning actually to support NDF, the Nordic Development Fund, and we will be earmarking our contribution to IMCA and AFWA. So thank you.
Okay, we will be quick with this panel. You can keep, if you like to keep the headset, you can. And we'll start with Dr. Ocheng for our first question. Can you tell us what you think the types of private investment would be considered successful in helping Africa become resilient? And what scale and type of investment is needed to meet the continent's urgent adaptation needs? No.
Thank you very much, Sashi, and congratulations to IMCA for the launch of the adaptation window. Thank you very much for inviting the UN Economic Commission for Africa to this meeting. I think I should start by making two observations from the outset, given the debate in this sector. I think investments in adaptation and resilience has been shown to consistently yield returns. Depending on the figures, $1 invested yields between 10 to 14, not just in avoided losses, but in broader social and economic benefits. So there's a strong case, and I think the previous speaker made this case, that investment in resilience is really a productive investment. Now, with respect to the type of investments that have proven resilient for the African continent, I would say investments that are cross-sectoral, that is investments that target more than one sector and try to achieve climate and development outcomes simultaneously. So they are very responsive to African development needs. In other words, they are investments that drive economy-wide development and seek to mainstream climate action by bridging disconnects between sectors, policies, and institutions. So, for example, investments in early warning systems, for example, or financial instruments that are tied to climate-smart investments like guarantees. So those type of investments, for example, have catalyzed investments not just in agriculture, water, and infrastructure. Yes. In terms of scale, so there's a huge gap in adaptation finance in Africa overall. The figures vary depending on methodologies. She mentioned $70 billion. At the ECA, we actually calculated at $160 billion gap annually. So there's a huge gap. So any type of investment would be helpful here. But most investments, at least private sector investments within the continent, have been community and local focused. And these are really important. But then there's room at least to scale up, move up to perhaps medium to large scale investments. The opportunity presented by the many small community locally focused investments is that there's an opportunity for aggregation and securitization instruments to take this to scale. Just to sort of give you an example, and this will be the final thing I say. So a typical climate project in Africa is about $2 million. That's much lower than other regions. So in East Asia, it's about $24 million. In Latin America and South Asia, it's about $5 million. So you can see the opportunity for growth there.
Thank you. You sort of answered Chitenbo's question as well, because we'll be going to hear what do you think in terms of the broader market for private and emerging economies, the unavoidable opportunity could be in for private investors.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be brief, and this is at the center of the core of what we do. So first, the climate risk provides opportunity itself. The fast-growing markets, and especially for Africa, there's a huge population growth. We wouldn't want to go to those numbers. So then we need to build resilience. So if we don't invest as private investors in adaptation, we are missing a huge opportunity because the market is there, the requirements are there. I'll give an example of my home country, Zambia, to just showcase to the private investors that if they don't invest in adaptation, they are missing an opportunity. We did have a very terrible drought some 2 years ago. It impacted our energy supply, which is still continuing up to now. There's so many industries are not operating simply because of that. Food security was highly impacted. It continues up to now. So it also impacted the health system. So is there an opportunity in investing in climate smart agriculture? Is there an opportunity in investing in renewable energies? Yes. So they are missing that opportunity if they don't invest in adaptation, if they don't invest in climate smart agriculture practices. And we have over 60% of the small-scale farmers in agriculture, and that's 60% of the vulnerable communities. So if we don't invest in there, you are missing out on that investment opportunity. The livelihoods to be restored, the communities to thrive, it depends on that. And where there's vulnerability, I believe that's where there's highest growth opportunity. In Kenya, for instance, she did mention the pool investing in parametric finance. We also see a lot of digital climate advisory platforms. Those are opportunities for investments. What does that mean? It means that agriculture will continue to thrive. There will be investments in research so that we now know what kind of seeds to employ, what kind of livestock breed. If the 1 billion people in Africa don't have food, let's just imagine what impact that will be on the food prices globally. And what would that entail for the global community to ensure that Africa still has access to food and they continue to thrive? This previous speaker spoke to the impact of the global movement. It's internal displacement in Africa, but also across continents. That is going to continue, and we hope that the private sector can see that opportunity to be there. And I'm coming from the climate investment funds, and we've shown from our PPCR program, which some of the donors here did invest in, our $1 investment at that time, it gave a return of between $3 to $5 in returns. So we have to scale up now those opportunities, and our new resilience program, which is Arise, which was just launched early this week on Monday with $100 million from two donors, Spain and Germany, thanks to them, is going to push forward that kind of platform, bringing the private sector on board, help them to catalyze through guarantees, first loss guarantees, enabling environment to help the countries also, the perceived risk to be reduced so that the investors can provide those resources. We are using proven tools. We just need to scale them up. We are not going to start from scratch. We are also going to innovate to see what is it that can do. So seeing the IMCA coming up now into Africa with adaptation and investment, we are hoping that as we roll out our program, these are platforms that we can connect with and ensure that we promote scale in that. So the unavoidable opportunity, to summarize it, is if we do not future-proof our economies, we need to capture value in fast-growing markets, and Africa is one of them. And then we need to protect portfolios from systemic risk and strengthen stability, both in Africa and globally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chitembo. And I do think that example of the CIF is a great one to share because, you know, IMCA is a donor collaboration directly. And I'd love to hear more from you, Marlena, how you see this role of IMCA in terms of catalyzing adaptation finance and what that model means in terms of a way to get scale in meeting the needs for vulnerable communities.
Thank you so much, Sashi, and fellow panelists. I think this was a very sort of giving the flesh and bones on why we're doing this. So I mean, to start to say that adaptation finance is not just a necessity, it's an opportunity. That has been said over and over again. So let's keep that in mind. But we also see that while climate mitigation investments, and in particular renewable energy, have gained a lot of traction when it comes to accumulating private capital in Africa. So in that sense, adaptation finance is still in its footing. But we know there's raising awareness, not only in this room, but around the markets, of the increasing need for solutions, but also for the business opportunities. But our experience after starting investing in climate adaptation in Africa is that it's also more difficult to find scale, in the sense that deals are often smaller and investment opportunities are more fragmented, which also makes the risk-return equation a bit more difficult. But as I said, it's also a rapidly expanding market. It has strong financial and impact potential. So we need to be bold, we need to sign up and create demonstration effects, we need to be open to new business models, technologies, and solutions that really benefit the people that are most affected. And we know that women and girls are disproportionately affected by the climate change, especially in low-income countries, but they also can also be in the forefront of transformative solutions at community level and beyond, and that has to be unleashed. So if we talk about our climate adaptation investments, what exactly are we talking about? Well, we recently reviewed our blended finance portfolio, and there is some hope. When we're looking at the underlying investments, actually as much as 34% were already towards climate adaptation, which is about the double of the percentage in the market in average. So what are we talking about? It has been mentioned several different examples. It could be resilient infrastructure and building material to prevent impacts from flooding and extreme heat, agriculture inputs and water supply adapted to new climate conditions, or climate risk insurance for smallholder farmers and businesses. It could also be solar-powered cold boxes for vaccines that can be stored on a motorbike and reach remote areas far from health clinics. So let me share then 3 key lessons from our investments in blended finance. So first, co-creation is essential. So we aim to come in early as partners in the fund design, working closely with other investors to align our goals. For us, impact always comes first. This means that we need to embed gender equality, inclusion, and high standards for environmental and social safeguards. Secondly, equity and patient capital matters. Long-term risk-tolerant capital is essential to ground in private investors in blended structures. And it's not just about the money, it's also about creating confidence. And I think as NDF, we have a beauty in our mandate that we can come in with different types of de-risking instruments. We can be very flexible, using grants, debt, and also equity. And we can be quite concessional, which means that we are able to take on financial risks that is not accessible to others. But for a small and quite agile institution as NDF, we try to go through fund structures to create scale and better outreach. And that's why IMCA and the AFWA window is so essential for us. Thirdly, technical assistance is not a side note, it's a cornerstone in the investments we make. So equity in combination with grant-funded technical assistance is really important to improve the quality of the portfolios, build capacity in investees, and it's a very powerful way to assure development impact. And in general, NDF works out of 3 principles: complement, co-create, and convene. And talking a bit about the third one, convene, that's also where IMCA becomes so important. But to mobilize a large-scale capital is so much about bringing the different partners in the ecosystem together. And IMCA is one of those alliances that can actually do that. Because de-risking is not only about funding, it's also about using smart structures, strong partnerships, and shared knowledge. So if we really want to unlock the large-scale capital from institutional investors, we need to promote transparency and predictability. And we should try to reduce complexity in a complex market, which means work instead with established financial structures and let the innovation come in the partnerships we build around investments, in how we source and how we monitor our investments. I just want to touch upon the last thing, and I think we have a very untapped potential in knowledge sharing, bringing together the knowledge in the private sector, on the one hand, with the experience and network of the development community. that is often working also on addressing the enabling environment, have connections made to research, and also to really make sure to support the connection between the investments and the country-led efforts and the national adaptation plans. Extremely important. So this is also where I think IMCA can play a role among the members that are in IMCA now. But maybe to conclude, because I think time is running out. So we feel as NDF that IMCA is not just an opportunity, it's also a responsibility to lead by example. So the blended finance market is growing, and we hear that the adaptation market is growing, but so are also transaction cost and complexity. We can't afford to waste time and resources. And that's why IMCA's model is so powerful. So by pooling our concessional instruments and aligning our investment strategies, we can really amplify our impact and reduce fragmentation. It's about sending a clear signal to the market. We are ready to invest in adaptation solutions that serve the most vulnerable affected by climate change. So to our fellow development finance institutions in the room, I hope there are some left still, please join us. Let's build a stronger, more coordinated platform. Let's show that collective climate action is not only essential, it is doable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marlena. And you can find on your card, on your seats, the card that Satu held up before we had that interruption, if you'd like to learn more about this opportunity to directly partner with us here. I'll pass it back to Jens now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to our panel, and it's my great pleasure now to introduce the speaker for the closing remarks. It is Mr. Jakob Jensen, Minister for Food, Agriculture and Fisheries, Denmark. Jakob, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Is this working? It's working very good. Can you feel the heat? I can feel the heat. I can tell you today in Denmark the temperature is 11 degrees Celsius and it's raining. Well, nevertheless, over the past few years we have all spoken about the need to shift from billions to trillions, from commitments to concrete capital flow for climate action. And IMCA is one of the few initiatives that actually is doing just that. It brings together public and private partners across borders to de-risk investments that would otherwise never happen and to make climate adaptation investable. So today's launch of the Adaptation Finance Window for Africa is a very tangible example of what climate finance innovation looks like when it becomes real. It is not another declaration or another mechanism on paper. It is a platform designed to mobilize private investment where it matters the most, in the regions and sectors that feel the impact of climate change every single day. As we heard before, Africa contributes less than 5% of global emission, yet faces some of the most severe climate risks. At the same time, adaptation finance in Africa still represents only a fraction of global flows, and private investments remain minimal. And that is why we need new, bold partnerships that share risks, build trust, and unlock market for resilience. IMCA's new adaptation financing window for Africa does exactly that. Denmark has been a proud partner of IMCA from the very beginning. We believe that finance must be catalytic, that public funding should help mobilize many more from the private sector. So today I'm very pleased to announce that Denmark will contribute with 20 million euros to the Adaptation Finance Window for Africa. So together with an equal contribution from the Nordic Development Funds and support from Iceland, the window of more than 40 million euros in public funding is expected to help mobilizing more than 100 million euros in private investments for adaptation. Investments that will reach small and medium-sized enterprises, local financiers and innovators working to build resilience across the continent. Now, 100 million euros may not seem like much, but remember that mobilizing private capital for adaptation is very difficult. Some would say impossible. According to the latest OECD figures, 60 billion euros was mobilized in private capital for impact investments. Of this, only 5% was for adaptation. In that perspective, the new window will help lead the way to scaling up investments in adaptation. And Denmark will continue to support initiatives like IMCA that turn reform into results, and that connect the financial system with the real economy and with people's everyday resilience. So thank you all for coming here today, and congratulations to all partners for making this important step forward. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to the Minister for his closing and very positive remarks. Thank you very much to Denmark. Thank you very much to Nordic Development Fund. And thank you very much to all the speakers and all the guests. I know it was a warm session that we had, all of us, but we stood through. And now there's only two things to do. Wish all the best of luck to the window on adaptation finance for Africa, and all the best of luck to COP30. Thank you very much.
This is an event that is co-convened with the African Development Bank, and it is organized into firstly a series of keynote high-level inputs, and then we will have a moderated discussion between our panel and participants, and will culminate in the launch in a second part, which is going to be focusing on the launch of the AFDB's climate action window. We have only 1.5 hours to achieve these three objectives, and in order to not lose any more time, I would like firstly to request the Vice President of the AFDB to please join us at the panel, Dr. Kevin Kariuki, and also Honorable Minister Dr. Evelyn Lovu, the Minister of Environment, Climate and Wildlife of Zimbabwe, to please join us at the high table. We also have the representative of the Principal Secretary of Environment at Government of Kenya, represented by Dr. Pacifica Ogola, to please join us at the front here. Well, here.
Want them to sit?
Yeah. We are not ready here. Yeah.
The Vice President is here to give the keynote. The Minister from Zimbabwe is here.
Yeah, so I want them up here.
Okay, then you tell them.
Yeah. Welcome, Vice President Kariuki. Welcome, Your Excellency Minister Lovu. So this session, distinguished colleagues, excellencies, is going to be focusing on showcasing the climate adaptation compacts of the African Development Bank's climate action window, the CAW, and also the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. We have discussed the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, I think, in the past 2 COPs. We have had time to review progress that is being made, and how, in fact, the adaptation landscape in Africa is changing as a result of these interventions. I think we are getting input from another source, but anyway, let's push on. So we are going to seek to demonstrate how the climate action window and the adaptation acceleration program are mobilizing concessional financing, but also blended as well as private financing to support adaptation on the African continent. And we will also highlight the cross-sectoral partnerships, innovations and governance frameworks that close or that seek to close Africa's adaptation gap. And as I said, we will culminate our event in the launch of the Africa Adaptation Investment Catalog 2025, which will showcase Africa's adaptation investment plan. Now, to do this, we had planned to show a video clip of the progress that is being made by the African Development Bank's program, but because of the connectivity problem, was skipping that section. So then allow me firstly to ask our keynote speakers, firstly Vice President Kariuki, to please come and join us at the front here, and also Your Excellency Dr. Evelyn Lovu, Minister of Environment, Zimbabwe, please come and join us here. And also Dr. Pacifica Ogola, Dr. Pacifica, representing the Permanent Secretary for Environment and Climate Change from Kenya. I didn't introduce myself at the beginning. My name is James Morombezi. I'm the coordinator of the African Climate Policy Center at the UN Economic Commission for Africa. And I'm honored to be moderating this session. So let me first start by asking Dr. Kariuki, the Vice President of the African Development Bank, to just give us his keynote address, briefly focusing on these very important initiatives of AFDB.
Distinguished Minister, Excellencies, colleagues and partners, good afternoon. It is great to join you today as we discuss the most pressing challenges of our time. How to accelerate adaptation action finance in Africa. As the world gathers here in Belém to chart the course for the global goal on adaptation, one fact is clear. Africa is adapting against odds. Despite contributing less than 4% of global emissions, the continent bears the brunt of climate impacts, losing up to $15 billion every year, or up to 9% of the GDP, of the continent's GDP, figure that is projected to triple by 2030 if we do not act and act decisively. The UNEP Adaptation Gap Report 2025 could not be more sobering. It shows that developing countries require between 310 to 365 billion annually by 2035 for adaptation action. Yet, only $26 billion was delivered last year. In Africa, this translates into an adaptation financing gap of over $50 billion per year, even as extreme floods, droughts, heat waves, and cyclones continue to erode decades of development gains. Therefore, this is not just a funding gap. It is a gap in justice, opportunity, and resilience. This is why the African Development Bank launched the Climate Adaptation Country Compacts, an Africa-owned mechanism to translate national climate priorities into bankable, implementation-ready investment programs. Compacts, pioneered in Mozambique and Tanzania, are delivering blueprints. In Mozambique, the compact integrates resilience into agriculture, coastal protection, and water infrastructure targeting 19 million people living in climate risk zones. While in Tanzania, the compact aligns the national planning and finance ministries around adaptation priorities that strengthen coastal ecosystems, safeguards mangroves, and promote private sector co-investment in resilience. These compacts are country-led, data-driven, and investment-ready, essentially translating adaptation ideas into tangible, measurable action. As part of the African Development Fund's 16th replenishment, we established the Climate Action Window, or what we just call COW, a dedicated facility for translating access to adequate, affordable climate finance to our most climate vulnerable countries. These are the 37 ADF countries, which also constitute 9 out of 10 of the world's most climate vulnerable countries. Suffice it to say that 75% of the proceeds from the Climate Action Window are ring-fenced for climate adaptation. In terms of what we've achieved in just 1 year upon operationalization of the Climate Action Window, the Climate Action Window has prioritized 41 adaptation projects across the entire 37 ADF countries, allocating $322 million in grants, which have in turn leveraged $170 million in climate finance from vertical climate and environmental funds, and as well as mobilizing an additional $1.6 billion in co-financing, a leverage of 1 to 5, which is incredible. This project spans sectors that matter most as far as resilience is concerned. That is food security, water, green infrastructure, and early warning systems. They are proof that concessional finance, when targeted and structured well, delivers results on the ground. Additionally, we have the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, a joint initiative with the Global Center on Adaptation, which is arguably the world's largest adaptation program. Over the past 5 years, AAP, as we call it, has mobilized $14 billion, mainstreamed adaptation into 85 bank operations, and reached 60 million people across 46 countries. With projects that range from climate proofing of ports in Gambia to supporting green mini-grids in Ghana and drought-resilient agriculture in the Sahel, AAP demonstrates that adaptation is not an add-on to development. Rather, it is part of mainstream development. As we are at COP30 and onward to COP31, Africa's message is simple. We are ready to deliver adaptation at scale, but we cannot do it alone. We therefore call on our partners, multilateral, bilateral and private, including philanthropy, to do the following. Number one, increase grant-based and concessional adaptation finance under the global goal on adaptation, ensuring access for low-income and fragile states through the bank's climate action window. Secondly, support the country adaptation compacts that I talked about a short while ago as Africa's mechanism for locally owned, finance-aligned implementation. And thirdly, we must invest in Africa's resilience dividend, because every dollar invested in adaptation yields between $2 and $10 in benefits. What we now need is global solidarity matched with scalable finance. Together, we can ensure that by the next decade, adaptation is not just a line in our plans, but a lived reality of every African community. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kariuki. In the interest of time, I will not try to summarize at this time the important points that you have raised regarding the climate adaptation compacts, impacts of the adaptation programs of the African Development Bank, and your call on partner contributions. Instead, we are going to have a general conversation with participants at the end of all of the inputs. With that, colleagues, allow me to go to the next part of our program, where I am going to request first Dr. Pacifica Ogola, representing the Principal Secretary of Environment in Kenya, who also oversees the National Climate Agenda and serves as the UNFCCC focal point in developing Kenya's country adaptation compact, to just give us a few inputs on the development of the adaptation programs in Kenya and how it links into the climate adaptation compacts that we have just listened to. Dr. Pacifica, the floor is yours.
Vice President, Your Excellency Minister, colleagues in the room, good afternoon. And I want to start by thanking African Development Bank for giving the government of Kenya an opportunity to come to this meeting. And also I want to congratulate you for developing the climate action window and also the adaptation compact. As you are aware, Kenya has created remarkable foresight in embedding climate action within national development planning through the Climate Change Act, our National Climate Change Action Plan. The current one is for 2023-2027. We are in the process of developing the one for 2028-2032 to align with our nationally determined contribution, which we submitted for 2031 and also 2035. And our ministry has been very strong in terms of ensuring policy coherence, institutional coordination, and evidence-based planning, which we believe provides a solid foundation for models such as the compact. and effectively accelerate implementation. So for Kenya, the compact model serves as an innovative partnership framework that brings together the government, institutions, development partners, private sector, civil society, and shared adaptation priorities. It emphasizes the alignment, coherence, and accountability, ensuring that climate change adaptation is not treated as a standalone initiative, but fully embedded in the national planning and budgeting system. And we can see this through one of the programs that we have in Kenya called Financing Locally Led Adaptation, which is focusing on identifying climate change adaptation, and this is funded through the county governments, but by the national government at the national treasury level. And therefore, this fosters joint ownership and collaboration, and ensures that there's also coordination across ministries, and adaptation goals are met in general. And so, one of the things that we have done to integrate adaptation in the national planning and resource allocation is we have worked very closely with Treasury and the Ministry of Planning in early process in establishing adaptation goals in the medium-term plans and also in the medium-term expenditure framework. And with this, we've been able to enhance resource mobilization for adaptation. And of course, adaptation has not received the same resources like mitigation, and therefore the focus between the National Treasury, the Ministry of Planning, Environment, and the relevant sectors has focused on coming up with innovative models for making sure that we're able to resource mobilize for adaptation the same way we're able to resource mobilize for mitigation. And we see the compact as an opportunity which we want to leverage on. And therefore really want to take this opportunity to confirm that Kenya is in the process of working on its adaptation compact. I've just talked to my colleague from National Treasury. We are working on our programmatic pipelines, and we'll very soon be able to share with you in terms of the details which projects and programs that Kenya is working on. And what this means also for Kenya is that we'll have an opportunity to strengthen our resilience, not just for community and livelihoods, but also make sure that we strengthen the resilience of our infrastructure, our generation facilities, and also make sure that we improve our early warning systems. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Pacifica, for informing us about the work that you are doing to develop the Kenya Climate Action Plan and the Adaptation Compact, and also the integration of adaptation into the national planning. I think you do point to one of the biggest challenges in adaptation in Africa, which is the limited funding, but also the lack of policy coherence in our understanding of adaptation. Without much further ado, let me now turn to Your Excellency, Honorable Dr. Evelyn Lovu, who is the Minister of Environment, Climate and Wildlife in Zimbabwe, to brief us about the country compact process in Zimbabwe. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mrombedzi. I would like to recognize the Vice President of Africa Development Bank, and I would like to begin by thanking the African Development Bank and its partners for convening this important meeting that we have today under COP30. Zimbabwe shares your unwavering commitment to addressing one of the most critical challenges of our time, that is building resilience to climate change. Climate change is no longer a distant threat, but a live reality among ourselves, with potential to reverse development gains achieved over the years, the way we have put a lot of energy to try and develop our economies. In line with the Paris Agreement and regional national development frameworks, we have developed our national plans to advance climate change adaptation and resilience. However, funding remains a critical gap in turning these adaptation priorities into concrete investments that will transform our communities to climate resilience pathways. Just before we came here, we were discussing with my colleagues on the difficulties that our people are experiencing because of climate change. The effect of droughts that has hit us, the effects of cyclones. I think the region, our region, the southern part of the country, of the continent, has been hit by cyclones. I think twice or three times we experienced severe cyclones. We lost lives because of that. The 2025 NEP Adaptation Gap Report estimates a large amount of money that is required for us to address these adaptation issues. I think the Africa Development Bank gave us the figures for us to chew and think about it and how best we can close that gap to address this issue. To make some reference to my country, Zimbabwe, the National Adaptation Plan 2025 to 2030, launched in 2024, estimates a total of 10.3 billion funding. 10.3 billion funding gap for Zimbabwe. The NEP comes with its financing strategy, which identifies a variety of sources of primary multilateral climate finance, domestic finance, public finance, and bilateral and private sector financing. We have sat down as a country and also looked at other sources of financing other than the ones I've just mentioned. That is carbon trading. We have registered our own carbon register, a very sophisticated system, which is very transparent. I think we're the only country that has that register. And we look forward to sharing our experience with other countries. As I speak, we are in the process of mobilizing support towards development of our national, in our NEP investment framework, and the pipeline of projects to look for funding, so that we have our compact in place. To achieve the vision of our NEP, we have one critical step to unlock these identified sources, which brings us to the theme of the event, turning national adaptation priorities into bankable, implementable investment programs. We acknowledge and commend the African Development Bank's initiatives supporting adaptation action, namely the Climate Action Window and the African Adaptation Acceleration Program, a collaboration with the Global Center on Adaptation that support really adaptation investments. Africa ought to urgently strengthen regional, sub-regional, national and sub-platforms that can coordinate and deliver climate action. These platforms must be inclusive and well-resourced, bringing together government, local communities, private sector, and partners to ensure that climate finance reaches more vulnerable persons in our communities at the lowest level, where it matters most and it is most needed. It is also important that as Africa, African countries, we demonstrate resilience leadership by prioritizing climate action within our own national budgets to leverage income external resources. So within our budgeting system, we need to provide for this funding. Domestic financing through deliberate budget allocations and innovative financing mechanisms must be scaled up within Africa. This should reflect seriousness and ownership while providing confidence to international partners and attract further support from these partners. Africa has high potential for carbon trading, while acknowledging that some of the investments into the carbon trading space are coming from developed countries. It is paramount as we develop policy frameworks for carbon trading, we ensure that from the credits end, we set aside a portion towards attainment of our national determined contributions and structure the share of proceeds to ensure the national government and local communities' adaptation priorities outlined in the national adaptation plans are also financed. This is what we have done in Zimbabwe. We have agreed that we will share the proceeds of our carbon credits with the local authorities and make sure that within the local authority, the people themselves identify the projects that they need in their communities. And then we can release the money because we track the money as it comes into the country through the long chain system. And we trace the money as it comes in. And then we also trace the money as we trade. As traders are selling their carbon credits, we actually can trace the system and monitor the movement of those credits from one buyer to the other. And then we get a 1% share income from the trading space. And that 1% and the other percentages that we deduct earlier on, together we then share with the communities to make sure that our own people benefit from. As a result, 1 December, every Zimbabwean will be carrying a plant to go and plant so that there is a tree. That is the program that our Excellency, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, has introduced. We copied from Kenya and we copied from Ethiopia. And we think with that program, we'll manage to increase our forests and also improve on our credit earnings from our carbon credits. I thank you so much.
This is working. Okay. Thank you, Minister Ndlovu. Siyabonga. Tatenda, asante sana. So we have had very high-level inputs, firstly from the Africa Development Bank, focusing on the efforts that the bank is making towards addressing the adaptation finance gap in Africa. We heard from the government of Kenya how they are translating policy into action towards addressing the adaptation needs of Kenya. We have also heard the policy initiatives that are being undertaken by the government of Zimbabwe in partnership with the African Development Bank, but also in mobilizing domestic resources towards addressing adaptation. The basis for all of these actions, of course, is the high impact of our climate on our economies in Africa, as was demonstrated by Zimbabwe. Now the issue is, of course, we cannot finance what we cannot measure, and we cannot measure what we cannot observe. So we have also on this panel a technical expert representing ACMAD, the Africa Center for Meteorological Applications for Development, whose specific mandate is in fact to actually inform African policymakers on the interactions between climate change and development. ACMAD is a center that is mandated to observe weather and climate systems across the African continent and to input those into the development planning processes of Africa. So Dr. Usman Jai, the Executive Director of ACMAD, if you can give us just a few thoughts on how ACMAD is working towards supporting adaptation on the continent.
Thank you very much, and hi everybody. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be here, and thanks very much for coming. It was great also to see the level of understanding that our decision makers has in this matter. As you say, ACMAD is a center of African meteorological application for development. So it's very important for us, and early on, our leaders understand that we need a center at the continental level for ownership, for exchange of experience, and to ensure that nobody is left behind. All the countries have the support they need. Of course, it was well highlighted. I will not come to that. Adaptation is the way to go. Today it's very clear. We have no doubt that the extreme event will increase more and more. Drought, flooding, hurricane, dust storm, heat wave will go more and more. So we need to do something. And Africa doesn't have the resources, the infrastructure, really to withstand against those hazards, those extreme events. Our best adaptation strategy is anticipation, knowing that full well in advance it will arrive and to get ready and to avoid. We cannot face it. It's not possible. And as increasing in the future, we need to develop an early warning. We want to ensure that in Africa we have an adapted, tailored early warning system. Early warning system needs something inside. We need to have the data as it was highlighted. The data are very important. The data as the backbone of what we are doing. If we don't have good data, we cannot do anything. Today, AI is a technology that everybody knows, but without data, we cannot do much in AI. So the data is important. Of course, the modeling, we have the capacities, we are young African, we can do it, so we know that how to do it. Of course, we need to put human being at the center, ensuring what are doing are really relevant for human being to take the decision. I'm not talking about only useful, I'm talking about usable. Something you can give to the farmer, something you can give to the shepherd, something you can give to the human being, anybody, so they can make a decision and know what to do. Of course, trust is very important. Nobody will use anything without having a trust prior. So that's why we need to have institutional building. We need to ensure that our center, our regional centers, are well built. They have the capacity to deliver something that are really very, very well adapted and very, very well trustworthy. So that's why it's important to invest in our centers. Of course, Africa has a lot of good things. We have young people now we are seeing emerging in Africa, knowing the science, coming back in Africa and want to work. So we need to ensure that we co-product things. Climate is very important, of course, but we need to have everybody play its role and to do that. Of course, we have the global community work with us. We have good projects that really were successful in Africa, in the South as well. I can nominate Cruise, I can nominate Gene, I can nominate many big projects over the world coming to help Africa, but Africa should also do to do so, to support and ensure that they get everything they can and do it for us. So really, I'm really appreciated to see that our decision maker knows the problem there and are to help. So we are here as the African centers, ensuring that nobody is left behind in Africa. All the countries are getting the minimum climate information they deserve. We are here also to ensure all the best practices, as you said, tree planting sometimes getting from Ethiopia, that's good. So there are other best practices everywhere, somewhere else. We need to ensure that everybody knows it and we are learning for each other. So that's really important for us. Once again, we are really happy for that. And we think that our leaders will do what they can to ensure that they support us to deliver the job. Thanks very much again for being here, and thank you.
Jerry Jeff, thank you, Dr. Njai. So, distinguished colleagues, this brings us to the end of the first panel of this conversation. I would like you to join me in thanking again our panelists for this session. Excellencies, Dr. Pacifica and Dr. Ndlovu, for your inputs and contributions. Allow me to now call Mr. John Harding, who is the head of the Cruise Secretariat of WMO, that is the WMO Early Warning Initiative. Also allow me to call Dr. Richard Sholaton. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. The Director of Climate Resilience Service at the World Food Program, WFP. So we are going to have a brief interventions focusing on early warning systems in food systems and in WMO cruise. If you can just give us firstly, Mr. John Harding, what the cruise program of WMO is and how it contributes to our understanding of the adaptation needs of the African continent. Please.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for this invitation to participate in an event on the Africa Pavilion. It's always a pleasure and an honor, and thank you, Your Excellency Minister, for those introductory. It was very interesting to hear, obviously, of the needs, the scale of the needs from countries like Zimbabwe and Kenya and how they're addressing them. I mean, collectively, we're obviously here this week to try and answer a 1.3 trillion question, which is the amount of financing that we're going to have to generate per year, which will include what we agree collectively is 300 billion through ODA, and hopefully a serious component of that will go to adaptation. Now, so as you rightly pointed out, I'm the director of the Climate Risk and Early Warning Systems. It's a program of the World Meteorological Organization, and the World Meteorological Organization, we work on early warning and climate services. These are recognized as effective adaptation tools, and our colleague Usman made a very strong case about that. And it drives also a lot of the sector's adaptation financing. So to support our members, we do have dedicated financing mechanisms. So I'll mention the Systematic Observation Financing Facility, which helps countries and our members put in place weather stations. We have the Climate Risk and Early Warning Systems, and to answer your question, we are providing dedicated financing to both our members, the National Meteorological and Hydrological Services in Africa, but also we work directly with these specialized regional institutions, and ACMAD is a very good example of that. So we do also recognize that the financing that we provide is not sufficient, and we're extremely grateful, therefore, for the African Development Bank for putting in place the programs such as the Climate Action Window, and also congratulations very much on putting in place this new accelerated adaptation program with the Global Commission on Adaptation. We really believe this is going to help bring this work to scale on the continent, and we're already very grateful for the African Development Bank for the collaboration that we have on the Climate Action Window. So I will just have 3 points related to our work in this area. So first, what we're noticing, there's not always a direct correlation between the funding, so more funding, and higher impact and results. And it's particularly true in countries that are affected by conflict or have more fragile institutional setups. So we think we've really got an important need to have better financing in this space. And if I can give you a direct example on what we're doing with Cruise, we provide some essential core financing to support the countries. We call it catalytic financing. But that financing then provides easier access. It de-risks the engagement and the access from other financing mechanisms, such like the Green Climate Fund. So we have this a modality, an agreement with the Green Climate Fund to facilitate access to financing. Togo was the first country last year to benefit from such financing, up to 25 million in financing for the GCF. That was facilitated through our initial financing, and that's a replicable model that other countries could benefit from. I'd also like to point out that with ODA trending down, we're going to be really challenged in showing the impact of our work, and in this space, this is particularly challenging. We're going to have to be able to have better metrics to show how early warning and climate services are contributing to the cause and livelihood. So it's fortunate we do have now better sets of indicators, and we need to tie these in with our global commitments related to sustainable development or related to disaster risk reduction, but also the global goal on adaptation. So we're going to have to be able to demonstrate how we're contributing to such global programs, and that is one of the programs that has been negotiated. Obviously, even I think today some of the negotiations are going on. And finally, and Usman mentioned this, there are few areas where we see new technologies are going to create such a revolution and such an opportunity in a way for African countries. Usman mentioned artificial intelligence for the meteorological services in Africa. These technologies are going to allow them to produce better forecasts, hopefully more accurate forecasts at a much lower cost. In the same way, cell broadcast is a technology where African countries will be able to push warnings out to African countries for a certain area in a very effective, cost-effective manner. Smart weather apps or other tools that are very, very useful for reaching out to vulnerable communities. So we really see an opportunity in this space now if we get better at our financing to be able to support countries really benefit from these new technologies and their application. So we're very keen to engage further with the African Development Bank and its programs. We look forward to future collaboration with all the partners here. I think if we're talking about climate services and early warning systems, we feel in Africa that we have the science, we have the economic case, but the next step really is getting the financing right. And so I think that's our biggest challenge here. But you can count on our support in trying to get it right moving forward. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for those inputs and the 3 points that you emphasized. Particularly the fact that in fact there is no linear link between the quantum of finance and impact. I think that is a very important point, especially in the context of these current negotiations, where we are looking firstly at bridging the adaptation finance gap, that is the quantum question. But at the same time, you do emphasize that we need to be able to understand the impact that this financing is having on the actual process of adaptation. And I'll return back to that question. I think I would like particularly my colleague James Kinyangi and Mitika, who are in this room, to reflect on this question as well. Mitika is working on locally led adaptation, which in fact seeks to understand what is happening to adaptation at the local level. And James is leading a climate investment program at the AFDB as part of the ClimDev program, which is now beginning also to think about how we respond to the challenge of measuring impact of the different interventions. But thank you once again, Mr. Harding. Now allow me to turn to Dr. Richard Cholaton, the Director of Climate and Resilience Service at the World Food Programme. So we've been talking mostly about climate change adaptation policies and so on in an implied long-term sense. However, climate change is happening and many of the impacts in fact require immediate responses in the humanitarian space. Can you just share with us some of the key issues that you link adaptation with humanitarian practice in the context of the WFP's climate resilience strategies?
Thank you so much, and thank you also for pronouncing my name perfectly. That rarely happens. Thank you also, Minister Directors, for your comments at the beginning. I think addressing this issue of channeling resources, especially to local communities for locally led adaptation, and especially, as John mentioned, in fragile, conflict-affected states, where we know that somewhere between only 2 and 5% of climate finance goes are critical. I'm sure you know that the World Food Programme is the world's largest humanitarian organization. Last year globally we supported 124 million people to access food. And more, and it's not new, we're really trying to focus in all of our interventions, particularly in the areas with the most recurrent acute food crises, in building resilience at every opportunity. And there's really 4 pathways that we're trying to bring together in collaboration with governments to do that. The first is, of course, making sure that we're generating adaptation co-benefits in all of our core food security and resilience programs. So I'll give you an example of what that looks like. In the Sahel over the last 5 to 7 years through our integrated resilience program, we've restored 300,000 hectares of land, working with 4 million people in 3,500 villages to build their food security, but also their climate resilience. And you see the impact of that in Niger, for example. In the last 2 drought cycles, communities in that program have not needed humanitarian assistance and have been able to meet their own needs. The second is as a multilateral implementing entity of the climate funds, of the Green Climate Fund and Adaptation Fund. And our focus in those programs has been really trying to work with governments in the most food insecure areas to channel resources to those same in adaptation. And those are critical in adaptation. And those are critical. But particularly with the frequency and intensity of climate shocks, it's critical that we make sure that those shocks don't disrupt gains in development or adaptation while communities are working to build resilience. And so that's another area where the AFDB has been leading, working with us and many others and governments to improve disaster risk financing at the national level and the local level. And we see really important steps forward, although there's a lot more to do. So, for example, in the 2024 El Nino in Southern Africa, we saw disaster risk finance instruments from the Africa Risk Capacity with support from AFDB, WFP, and others release $6 million to 500,000 people to help them deal with drought impacts. This year alone in Africa, our anticipatory action programs, which work with national med institutions, national governments to provide early warning, but also cash transfers to the most vulnerable people, have activated 3 times in Mozambique, twice in Ethiopia, once in Malawi, Niger, Nigeria, and Kenya. So we're starting to see this landscape of anticipatory action and disaster risk finance really starting to grow to protect those gains. And that's essential, because if we're going to make the investments that are needed, we can't let them get washed away every time there's a flood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sholaton, now for bringing in the perspective on how to address the question of immediate impacts as we build resilience in order to ensure that we retain the long-term benefits of investments that are being made through all of these different adaptations. I think it is a very important perspective there. Now, as I said, we have a little bit of time to engage with our speakers. We have heard firstly from the first high-level panel about the policy initiatives that are being taken in Zimbabwe and Kenya, and how they link with the climate action window of the African Development Bank. And we have heard now about the different efforts that are being taken by specialized agencies, the World Met Organization, ACMAD, and the World Food Program. I said that I would like to ask 2 colleagues to just reflect on all of these inputs, particularly with a view to understanding how we can understand the impact of these initiatives from the high level of the African Development Bank to what actually happens at the adaptation level itself. And I am going to ask firstly Dr. Mitika Mwenda, representing the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, if you have any immediate reactions, just 2 minutes. And then after you, I'm going to ask Dr. James Kinyangi from the FDB sitting behind you, before we open this for general conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, James. I just wanted to be sure that I'm also hearing myself. So having listed Zimbabwe, and then from intergovernmental agencies, the question which comes into my mind on the question of adaptation and how to accelerate the same is that we have all what it takes. But when you look at the adaptation, and really particularly at an African level, where adaptation is the priority, even here at the COP30, then we reflect again on the question of climate finance, which is very emotive. And for us in Africa, thinking about climate finance is basically adaptation finance. But when you look at the global landscape on climate finance, you realize that it is very tiny percentage of climate finance which goes into adaptation. And when then it trickles down, the trickle down to the continent which actually contributes the least to the emission, but also is at the front line of this crisis, then you look at how then are we going really to address this issue. I have been in these discussions for quite a while, and you know the question of finance has been very, very difficult, and even here. It has really triggered the north-south tension. Even now, looking at as from June, SAFTA, where we had to spend 2 days even to agree on the agenda on really whether is Article 9.1 on climate, on financial provision of finance, or Article 9.3 on the finance mobilization. So these are some of the issues which we have to address. And looking at the vision of even all these institutions and how colleagues have said, we have a solution, of course. But the solution is even the money which is being contributed and all the work which has been done in Kenya, at African level, at the African Development Bank. Really, the question is not that we have no money. Is that those who are supposed to put money there are not interested in that. And then the question then, where are we going to get that money? Or how are we going to, what creativity are we going to use so that now we can save people in South Sudan, we can save people in the Horn of Africa, Sahel, who are drowning in debts, at the same time, who are really at the front line of this crisis. As we speak now, there is an alert in the Horn of Africa. Right now, I think WFP could be aware of this. You know, you are already starting to respond because there has before the rainfall, because we rely on rain-fed agriculture in really growing our food, and it's not there that we end insufficient food rainfall. And so, what we as the civil society are demanding is we need sufficient funds, and this money, whether it is mobilized through grants, through concessional loans. The case in point, for instance, is the Kenyan financing locally led climate action. It's of course a concessional loan from the World Bank. But you see, leveraged by the Kenyan government, and it has attracted grants from other partners. Until now, the most important thing about that initiative is that there is that trickle down, really supporting communities subnational level. The national government has nothing to do with it. My sister here, Pacifica, doesn't know. Actually, there is nothing. She has nothing to do with that because they set the policies, we set the laws, but now when it comes to implementation, it's the people's ownership at the local level. So that's a very good example. So it is doable, but at what limit? Because we can have that framework, yes. But it is even the money which is there is not sufficient. Of course, we can do better without, but where is it going to come from? So that's the question I may not answer. But coming to what he has mentioned, the WFP, 1 minute is very important.
that we need really to relate this to how we produce our food. How important would it be if the WFP, as they are doing in Burkina Faso, they are doing in elsewhere, supporting smallholder farmers to produce food beyond the synergy, instead of going to import that food from Europe and elsewhere, they can support smallholder farmers. That is actually improving their income, creating employment, and addressing adaptation. That is the core benefit we are seeing on adaptation. And it is happening even in a small way in Kenya. Is something we are following up to see what good things can do. If we support these farmers at the local level, they can be able to produce the food for refugees, and then WFP can be able to pay that, and then they can build resilience of these farmers, even in their income, while creating the jobs. It's happening, and it is coming. So there's more small, low-lying fruits. As we think about the bigger picture, there are things which can be done, and there are those examples, there are those models like which can be replicated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for specifying the locally led adaptation, but also the challenge, the continuing challenges of financing. We also have a challenge of time, Dr. Mitika. So I couldn't grab the mic from you, but I'll ask Dr. Kinyangi.
No, James, quickly, really quickly. Adaptation usually doesn't make always the most sexy investment opportunities. So if you look at most adaptation portfolios now, you will see most of what they serve is public good. However, the most available means of transfer of climate finance at the moment is either through the mainstream public sector, so that would be government and government agencies and intergovernment agencies, or it would be through the private sector, through the business case. But you know, private sector is driven by profit motive. Now, this leaves one big gap, which we are talking about here, and you can call it the elephant in the room. So in terms of climate finance flows, where do communities and locally led adaptation sit? 2 or 3 problems with that. One is the organizational capacity of local communities, civil societies, okay? Their organizational capacity. This is one. So whether they're well organized, whether they understand banking tools, whether they have a financial literacy, whether they are registered, whether they follow the local laws, whether they pay tax, whether they're compliant with, So that can open a whole range of opportunities for them even to go directly to the market, because a lot of adaptation finance is flowing to the private sector. So if these organizations and communities can access that directly from the market, it can have a huge impact. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very rich inputs. I know colleagues would like to contribute to the conversation as well, both in terms of understanding what we have heard, but also contributing your own insights. But given that we have really run out of time, I would like us to go to the next part of, the last part of our program. And I will call upon my big brother here, Dr. Alhamdu Dusoma, the manager of the Climate and Green Growth Division of the AFDB, to set us off on the last part, which is the launch of the ACW. Dr. Dusoma.
Thank you very much, James. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for coming to this event. This is a very important one. And I have now the pleasure to really officially launch the 2025 Adaptation Investment Catalog. I'm sure everybody has their own copies. This is something very important for us. It's a very proud moment for us also to showcase Africa's ambition and readiness on adaptation. And as you may see, the catalog brings together a portfolio of projects that speak to our collective vision, building climate resilience, protecting lives and livelihoods, and creating opportunities for sustainable growth. This catalog also was developed, as you may have seen, through one of the important programs, adaptation programs of the African Development Bank, and this is the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. The catalog highlights really practical, scalable solutions, ranging from climate-smart agricultural solutions to resilient infrastructure investments, up to nature-based approaches, and also youth-driven innovations. Each project in this catalog tells a story of determination and partnership. Above all, this catalog is about a call to action. Through the catalog, we are inviting all partners and friends, investors, to join us in this journey, to co-finance and collaborate on projects that are ready for financing, ready for investment, and projects that will help us transform opportunities into real impact on the ground. So on the behalf of the African Development Bank, I invite all of you to explore this catalog and engage with the projects that are in the catalog in order to stand with us as we turn plans into ambition and action. Together, let us make this decade really a decade of Africa's climate resilience. Thank you very much. I'm back again. The moderator asked me to close the session. So let me say that it has really been an enriching discussion that we had this afternoon. This discussion was a reaffirmation of a simple but powerful evidence that Africa is not waiting to be rescued from climate crisis. Actually, Africa is leading its own adaptation transformation. Across the continent, we are already seeing significant progress. We have seen from the country adaptation investment compacts that countries are leading. They are translating high-level strategies into practical and investment-ready programs that deliver real resilience to countries and communities. These compacts that have been presented today were built on national ownership, and they have been also anchored into regional and global frameworks. And as such, they are going to significantly advance the global goal on adaptation into in a tangible way. Because adaptation for us is not really a side note to Africa's development. It is a full part of the African development pathway. At the African Development Bank, we are really proud to stand with our member countries to translate those ambitions into reality. Through the Climate Action Window and the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, as mentioned during the conversation, the bank has become really a platform for mobilizing and delivering adaptation finance at scale. Together, we believe that those two programs that have been presented to you today are enabling countries to move from planning to action, unlocking concessional resources for projects that protect livelihoods, strengthen infrastructure, and transform agriculture. So let us also work together as partners including our friends from the global climate funds, such as the Green Climate Fund, the Climate Investment Fund, the Adaptation Fund, and also our friends from the UN community to channel more resources to Africa, to Africa's adaptation ambition. And because we believe that adaptation cannot be achieved by just one institution, we need partnership. And this is an important message that came out from the discussion today. We need deep collaboration between governments, development partners, private sector, civil society, and also communities in order to drive this agenda, to scale innovation, to pool financing, and also to harmonize our actions around a common framework. The compacts that were presented today offer us a unified platform at country level to align priorities, funding, and implementation. So we need to come together as we look ahead, next steps, including the next COP31. We need to work as one team, one coalition around Africa's adaptation ambition through partnership to accelerate delivery and to ensure that adaptation finance reaches those that need it the most. So let me conclude here by expressing again our deep appreciation at the African Development Bank to our panelists, partners, and also country representatives for sharing their insights and commitments. Because Africa's adaptation journey is gaining momentum, and let us build on that momentum to work together and make Africa's leadership on adaptation not only visible, but truly transformative. Thank you very much, and have a great evening.
forces as well as the domestic institutions, because the multilateral institutions continue to be constrained by their own limitation of capital, their own limitation of the financing, and their own bureaucracy and procedures in the processes. There has been a lot of innovations in the recent past in the multilateral development bank institutions, but that landscape continue to be quite challenging. The Commonwealth Secretariat is its own journey. How do we empower the member countries? How do we support the member countries? Is in 2015 set up this Climate Finance Access Hub, under which Deepa has been supporting. Now back to Eswatini, I could see the Bonhami on the the return journey of Deepa to Eswatini from Fiji. So under that, a very unique model, and I keep saying that that why this CFA is unique, because this brings this whole architecture at the intersection of three ministries, the Environment Ministry, the Finance Ministry, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and that's where the strategic advantage which CFA enjoys is very, very unique. And under that strategic advantage, we have been able to leverage a very small capital, seed capital of 10 million to over 525 million. So it's one of the very unique leverage of 50 times more in the climate financing in terms of the money which we have got from some of our membership countries. So that's a journey, and we are also talking about, as we move along, that how do we go to CFA 2.0, where we brought in more funders, more institutional partner and support. But today's session, which Deepa and my colleagues have crafted, brings together very interesting sets, probably one of the first in kind, where there's an aspirations within the member countries that how do you get the accreditation. I remember the World Bank started a long back in 2012-13, where they allowed the some of the national entities to use their own national legislation, national procurement policies for World Bank aided projects. So since then, the multilateral bank has come to a long journey, and this, what I call this accreditation as a delegation to a trust-based entity which conforms to the certain standards of the multilateral to go and use that delegated power. So within that, we are very happy to see that we have our partners, Development Bank of South Africa, Eswatini Development Fund, the African Union Commission, and the Asian Development Bank. I'm sure that the ADB has a long journey of the development finance, and many are aspiring accredited institutions for those multilateral banks. This will allow us to have a very thoughtful, meaningful conversation and provide some of the way forward in taking forward the development finance to a very logical conclusion. Also, let me conclude by saying that institution empowerment and enablement will help countries become leaders of the solution through their domestic journey and financing mechanism, particularly when the international finance capital, international financing mechanism continue to be quite challenging in the current geopolitical environment. So I'm sure that this journey, which has started today, will find many more takers in the global south to have their own mechanism, to have their own institutions, firstly relying on the multilateral financial institutions, and later on developing their own capacity to become the development finance enabler to cater to their own domestic needs without any of the conditionalities which global south hates a lot. I'm sure that this journey will be a very rewarding journey. It will be a premium journey, and instead of paying a premium to some third party, you will be enjoying that premium on your work, on your efforts, on your capacity building to your own country. So wish you all the best in terms of this domestic capacity building, in terms of your domestic enablement, in terms of your domestic enhancement of the development finance mobilization strategy and the pathways in your country. So thank you very much. Thank you, Deepa, for crafting a very important session, which is so relevant when the world is looking for, particularly the transition finance, and nobody knows from where the capital is going to come. So over to you, Deepa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suresh, and thank you for highlighting the 50 times leverage, which is what we want to also achieve. And today's session, we want to see how we can collaborate better, share lessons and experiences and challenges also, so that we can try to enhance access to climate finance. So I have the pleasure to introduce the panelists for today. We have an excellent group of panelists. Firstly, Ms. Duduzile Nhlengetwa Masina, who is the Director of Department of Meteorology, Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, the Kingdom of Eswatini. Ma'am, please come on the stage. Then we have Ms. Esmaira Javier, who is the Senior Climate Change Specialist at Asia Development Bank, based in Manila. Ma'am, please take the stage. We have all the way from South Africa, Mr. Olympus Mantata, Head of Climate and Environmental Finance, Development Bank of Southern Africa. They have done some amazing innovative work. We will hear from him more during the panel. We have a former colleague whom I have worked closely with, so it's my absolute pleasure to invite Dr. Samson Ogala, who was a former Commonwealth advisor and is currently the Climate Change Coordinator for the African Union Commission. Sam. And we have an important entity, the Eswatini Environment Fund, which has ambitions to get accredited to global climate change funds. And we have Mr. Pede Langwenya representing the Eswatini Environment Fund, all the way from Eswatini. Please take the stage. So I have a number of questions tailored specifically to each panelist. And I do understand Dudu has to leave for another event, so I'll start with you. And at the end of it, I have a common question for all panelists, which you can take in any sequence that you like. And then we can invite some questions from the audience. Then after that, reflections will be provided by my colleague Othniel, who is the Commonwealth National Climate Finance Advisor to Uganda. So let's kick off with a question to Director Dudu. So the theme of this event is unlocking climate finance. And I understand accessing climate finance is a priority for the Kingdom of Eswatini. Can you please share with us what Eswatini is doing in terms of steps to enhance access to climate finance, including trying to get nationally accredited entities? And what other institutional frameworks and systems and policy changes are you working on in Eswatini?
Thank you very much, Deepa, and good afternoon to all participants in the room and those joining us virtually. Indeed, climate finance is an absolute necessity for countries like Eswatini, where our development is continuously being affected by what is happening with the climate system. We are seeing a lot of climate-related hazards affecting our sustainable economic development and setting us back, and as such, climate finance needs to be unlocked. We do recognize that when we talk about climate finance, we talk about both domestic and international finance, and we also talk both about public and private finance, and we are venturing into seeing what we can do in all these avenues just to ensure that we maximize and are able to undertake our commitments. Particularly recently we submitted our NDC 3.0. I will start with the public domestic climate finance, where we have worked on the CPIR, which is helping us monitor domestic finance locally. But in doing this, what we noted is that we did a lot of the training during COVID, and we need to strengthen that because it was not very effective. But as well, while we are still using that, we are looking into the budget tagging. We want to do climate budget tagging, and it's something that we are working with, and it should be incorporated into the financial systems of the country. Currently working on what is called IFMIS by the financial sector people. And then on the private sector part, there is not that much that has happened in terms of the tracking, but we have worked with support from the NDC partnership. We've worked with the central bank and developed a green taxonomy, And with this green taxonomy, we are hoping that we are going to be able to unlock more private sector climate financing, wherein it will be talking to the finance sector on how to consider climate when providing financing, and also the investors to be considerate of this, and it should unlock, but we are still looking onto how to operationalize that. Furthermore, recently, the stakeholders in the private sector have indicated that there is a need to have a monitoring, a tagging system for private sector finance as well, so that it can be monitored and accounted for, and it's something that we need to work on. On the public international finance, we are working. We have an NDA, and we are working through internationally accredited entities. But we understand the importance of having a nationally accredited entity, and as such, in 2019. Beginning of 2019, we launched a call for accreditation under the GCF, and under this call, we had 7 institutions that expressed interest. Of these institutions, mostly were public sector institutions, but we also had a bank, which is a development bank, and we then shortlisted these, and initially we had a shortlisting of 4, and we used some tools that we had to further assess. We had an assessment grid, and then we ended up with 2 entities being nominated for accreditation, and a lot of work has been done since then. However, what we have noted is that accreditation can be quite a rigorous process, and we then developed another project proposal, which then resulted in a readiness project that is helping the 2 institutions, one being the bank and another being the Environment Fund. I have a colleague here with me going for the accreditation, and we are looking forward to these entities being accredited, and we are also looking forward to having accreditation to other public finance institutions as well, including the Adaptation Fund. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done. We're also looking into how we can monitor more effectively finance that is coming in through CSOs. There's still a lot of work to be done there. But yes, it's the monitoring, but it's also encouraging and making an enabling environment for them to access. Regarding the CSOs, right now we are working on a local adaptation fund, a local adaptation plan development process, where we look into the communities working with the CSOs. The idea is for the community, for the CSOs, not only to help them develop the proposals, but then to work with the communities to access climate finance, and we are hopeful that this will also assist us unlock and access climate finance a little bit better than we are doing now. There is a lot of things that we are trying to do, also working with some of the agencies in the country, but I think in a nutshell I would summarize with what I've highlighted so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Let's give a round of applause to Director. I think it's clear that we can see Eswatini is taking a lot of steps to get ready to access more and more climate finance. So there's a colleague of mine who unfortunately is not at COP today, Aurelius, who always says, finance flows towards whoever is ready. The more ready you are in terms of readiness activities, institutional structures and so on, then the more finance you can get. I'm also glad that you mentioned about the CPEIR work, which was supported by Commonwealth, by our colleague Sam here. And also tracking finance flows, whether it's through government, private sector or NGOs is very, very important. Thank you, Director, for those insights. Moving to Asian Development Bank, Ms. Esmaira Javier. The question to you is, ADB is accredited to the Green Climate Fund, GEF and others, So what kind of projects do ADB support in the Asia Pacific? And what advice can you give to regional or smaller banks or funds that are having ambition to get accredited, especially in landlocked countries like Eswatini and also small island developing states like in the Pacific?
Okay, thank you everyone. I'm happy to be here and thank you for inviting the Asian Development Bank. So ADB and the Green Climate Fund has a strong and long history. So we started to be an accredited institution in 2015. In fact, we were among the first batch to be accredited as well as the first MDB to be accredited. So we had been working with GCF to mobilize and scale up climate finance for both mitigation and adaptation in Asia and the Pacific. Now, under adaptation and resilience, ADB and GCF are helping build climate resilient water supply and sanitation systems in Fiji and Kiribati, strengthening coastal transport infrastructure in Nauru, and supporting community-based adaptation under the Community Resilience Partnership Program, specifically in Papua New Guinea and Vanuatu. And before I forget, we are implementing 17 projects in the region that are GCF funded, amounting to around $1.7 billion. Now, for the low carbon transition, ADB GCF projects promotes renewable energy, battery storage through the Pacific Renewable Energy Program and the Tonga Renewable Energy Project. So these efforts are complemented by initiatives to modernize power grids, expand mini-grids, and reduce diesel dependence to improve energy security across the island nations. Now, ADB, with the GCF help, actually pursues integrated programmatic approaches that allow regional and multi-country frameworks to scale up successful solutions efficiently. A recent example and a recently approved GCF projects from 2 weeks ago is our Glaciers to Farm project. So this program supports climate resilient agriculture and water management across mountain systems or mountain ecosystem, specifically for our Central West region. So these approaches leverage GCF's concessional resources to de-risk investments and attract private bilateral partners. So the impact in the Pacific in particular has been particularly strong. To date, ADB has mobilized $183 million in GCF financing for this region and leveraging more than $1.4 billion in total investment for these projects. So these projects, as said, are improving water security, renewable energy access, building coastal resilience in Fiji, Kiribati, Nauru, Tonga, Samoa, Papua New Guinea, and Vanuatu, showing that climate finance can deliver tangible local benefits from safer ports, clean water, to reliable renewable power and more resilient communities. Now, in the aspect of for regional and smaller bank, what advice we can actually give, and from the experience that we've had in the region, I will highlight 5 advices or lessons that have stand out. First is partner strategically. So with accredited entities such as ADB or other UN agencies to gain hands-on experience in GCF project preparation and implementation. And as was said by the director earlier, you know, the application itself is a mountain hill, right? It's a mountain that we need to overcome. Second is that as much as possible, use the GCF Readiness Support Program to strengthen institutional capacity, build pipelines, and prepare for accreditation. So as Deepa was saying earlier, you know, you have to be ready for finance to actually flow. Third, start small and scale smart. Seek micro and small scale accreditation aligned with institutional capacity and local priorities. You can be ambitious, but put that ambition to the scale of the capacity that you have currently. Fourth is leverage regional programs, and this has been quite successful for ADB because it allows you to share technical expertise and reduce transaction costs. And finally, maintain strong governance. Robust fiduciary systems, safeguards, and transparencies are essential for both accreditation success and long-term credibility with partners. And with that, I stop for now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That deserves a round of applause, I think. 1.4 billion mobilized for tangible local benefits. I think that is really amazing. We really appreciate the advice that you have given for other smaller institutions. These are well noted. Moving to Olympus. Olympus is with the Development Bank of Southern Africa, and they are the major development bank in the region, and they also host the climate financing facility, which is a pioneering blended finance instrument designed to de-risk private investment in climate projects. Director spoke about we need more private sector investment. So this is one of the tools that we can learn from. And we'd like to hear from you, Olympus, how the CFF, the Climate Financing Facility, has been structured to support adaptation and resilience in Southern Africa, and what lessons from its design and implementation could help other regional national banks or funds in Africa and the Pacific to replicate similar models to close the climate finance gap.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation. It is quite interesting when you get involved in a number of discussions, especially around finance needs for climate. The numbers are always huge. And sometimes you ask yourself, where is this money going to come from? When you compare what is available versus the need. And I think it's quite clear that public finance alone is not sufficient to move the needle. Therefore, I think that really informs us from a DBSA point of view in terms of how we design a financing instrument. So what becomes key for us is the best way of using limited public finance to leverage private sector resources at scale. So that's pretty much what I guess informs our strategy from a climate financing point of view. So in that regard, the climate finance facility that you referred to, which was designed after the Green Bank model, was really seen from our end as a way of being able to tap into those private sector resources. Colleagues might be aware that in the main, the Green Bank model looks at two approaches. One could be building a green bank or facility from scratch. The challenge with that, obviously, it means you have to build the whole, organizational structure, governance structures from scratch. So that could be challenging and could take long. The other way is to look at embedding a green bank, a green facility within an existing institution, therefore allowing you to be able to build it up with speed, benefiting from the existing infrastructure of the existing institution. This was really the option that we went for from a DBSA point of view. But I think what was key for us in the design of the facility was that in the first place we realized that we need partnership with the private sector. So our starting point was really to have significant engagements, especially with commercial banks. And the idea was really to understand from their end what are the barriers in terms of them being able to look at financing climate projects. And then when we clearly understood what the barriers are, that became a foundation upon which we designed the facility. And we then move forward with that to engage with the GCF with the view of capitalizing the facility, and of course, also looking at co-financing that with our own resources from the DBSA point of view. The other thing that we looked at was to say, we need to look at a facility that goes beyond just South Africa and to cover the region. But we had some limitations. And we thought to be able to get something off the ground quickly, we would have to look at the common monetary area to try to mitigate for potential forex issues. So the facility covers South Africa, the Kingdom of Eswatini, Lesotho, and Namibia. So that's our area of operation. The key features really of the facility is that it's a debt facility, as I said, that seeks to unlock private sector investment, and this really we do in trying to offer credit enhancement or let's say some form of de-risking for the commercial banks or broader private sector to consider investing in climate projects. And the way that we do it is that we offer a subordinated debt facility, and in addition to that, where for example commercial banks might be limited because for example of the Basel regime to invest for long tenures, then we can come in and be able to take the tail end of the tenure and extend the tenure to at least up to 15 years, and therefore helping the private sector to be able to participate in climate project. And from a sector point of view, of course, we look at both mitigation and adaptation. On the adaptation side, in the main, we look at water efficiency and water resilient type of interventions in the main. But I think it's important to also just talk to the challenges that we have had since the facility was in place, because we had quite a delay from when we had the approval from the GCF to when we can really start implementing the project. And the main thing was, and you would have heard earlier that I mentioned that the reason why we chose to go the common monetary area was to try to deal with forex issues. That was insufficient, I should say, in terms of the challenges that we got to be faced with. Because as you'd understand, we would get funds from the GCF in dollars, and we tried to deploy in local currency. So we were just thinking recently that in actual fact, if we were successful earlier then to find clients that were happy to take up currency risk, they would actually at this point be in serious trouble if you just look at the fluctuation of our currency to the dollar to date. So their concerns were valid in terms of hesitance of taking funds in hard currency instead of local currency. The impact of that was that we had to go back to the GCF and try to find solutions to the currency challenges that I talked to. That took us a long time. But finally, we managed to, resolve that. I'm happy to say to date, we are currently, in earnest implementing, and the currency issues have really, just in short, the way that we sorted it out, we resorted to just having a normal credit line and dealing with the hedging issues through our internal treasury within the bank. But that wasn't really the only challenge that we had. It was always our intention that the funds should be, if possible, equally utilized in the four countries. But, these countries are not the same, and the challenges are different. One of the things that we quickly learned was that we should actually have designed to the facility a project preparation or technical support component. Because what we tend to find is that in some of the countries, you would require that facility if you are to be able to unlock the pipeline that is existing there. Otherwise, you get stuck that the projects that are there aren't bankable and therefore not able to take advantage of the CFF. So we are trying to look at this point, combination of other resources that might not be within the CFF to try to bridge that gap. So we've learned quite a lot since then, and we are implementing in earnest. And what we think is important is that for the region, we said we only cover 4 countries, but the rest of the countries can be able to learn from the lessons of the CFF, build similar facilities in country, and be able to deploy with speed and benefit from the teething problems that we have had. And in actual fact, we are currently working with one of the countries in the region who are building a climate finance facility, and we are using the lessons that we have learned to help accelerate them to get to a point where they can get to do exactly that. But let me stop there for now. Thank you very much.
Wow, what a story. I think that deserves a big round of applause. It's very inspiring, actually. You're taking this big risk to start something completely new, and then also being honest and humble to say that, we had to look at the barriers and the challenges. And from the barriers, you tried your best to understand the barrier first and then come up with strategies to overcome the barrier. So, co-financing, extending the loan tenure, forex barrier, those, ways of trying to remove those barriers. And then coming back to a solution. It's really, really inspiring. Thank you, Olympus, for sharing that. Great. Moving to Samson Ogala from African Union Commission. Sam used to be the advisor to Eswatini, climate finance advisor. He has worked in other countries as well. And now you are in a very good position in looking after the entire continent of Africa. So we want to hear from you. As the climate change coordinator, you will have a continental wide vantage point, being part of the AU, on how African countries are navigating the climate finance landscape. So from your experience, what approaches have worked well in unlocking climate finance, and what lessons can be drawn to support national, regional banks in Africa and Pacific, as well as national funds, as they pursue accreditation and accessing climate finance?
Thank you so much, Deepa. For Eswatini is home for me. So I'm very glad to be here in this meeting. I think I'm the one hosting everybody. Yes, and people may not know, myself and Deepa shared the same office in Eswatini back then under Director Dudu. And everybody in the house here from Eswatini, we know ourselves. So I'm happy to be here. And I'm also happy to learn that things are advancing, especially on the climate public expenditure and institutional review, which was part of the work we did while we were there, and the climate budget tagging. And I think that continuity is very important. And it should be a lesson that we're learning, that there is not disjointment in our climate actions at the national level. So I would just try to respond to some of the things that have worked at the continental level from the African Union perspective. First is the institutional capacity. And so many of our African countries have prioritized institutional capacity building. And part of that, again, is what we hear, especially from Eswatini to different other countries. And I know we're working with Payday that time to see how the Eswatini Environment Trust Fund can be established and accredited, and also supporting the NDMA. Victor, my friend, is here on how we can also look at institutional capacity building. And this is not limited to Eswatini, but across the continent. Part of the work we do at the African Union Commission is also capacity building for member states. So on this, we are supporting member states in terms of what did they need to get rolling, to get accreditation to the GCF, so that they can unlock climate finance. That we are doing. Secondly is establishing what we call the clear policy and regulatory frameworks. Again, this has helped in some of our member states to make sure that the policies are aligned, and this is able to bring in a lot of resources to the member states, and they are addressing their climate actions. Again, we have good examples of countries that have enacted even climate change act. We have in Kenya, we have in Ghana, we have in Nigeria, and others are coming on board. And I know the process also started in Eswatini on getting a climate finance act. Again, even some of the member states have gone ahead to review their climate change act and include the carbon market component into it, because when it was developed, this wasn't there initially. So this has worked, especially for some of our member states that have embarked on policy review, institutional review, and the rest. Another thing that has worked for the African Union Commission member state is the regional multi-country proposal. Again, we have a practical example of this. Currently, the African Union Commission is implementing the GCF multi-country readiness program for water for 15 countries in the first cohort, and another 15 countries will be joining any moment from now. That is a multi-country proposal that has helped many of our member states to bring in resources into their individual countries where they leverage on the strength of each of the members. And now the capacity building and partnership, which has been talked about here earlier, has also worked because international partners, NGOs, civil society, academia, private sector is also ongoing in different member states. And I heard Director Dudu also mentioned as part of the challenge is to attract the private sector investment in Eswatini, which my brother from the Development Bank of South Africa has also alluded some of the challenges and lessons learned. I remember we have the private sector engagement strategy for NDC implementation for Eswatini, and I think it's also good that we look at that for countries that have such strategies in our member states. That has also worked to unlock private sector investment in their climate action. Another is the innovative finance instrument. The successful use of the blended finance, guarantees and green bonds have helped in de-risking mechanisms, has mobilized private capital in addition to public funding. Again, discussion started some times back in Eswatini on climate debt swap, and I think this is also an angle that we need to advance. Some of our member states have also issued first, second, third green bonds, and these green bonds have been oversubscribed. I know member states that have done that, and that is helping them to address climate change issues and actions in the country. So these are successful examples of what has helped member states to unlock climate finance for their climate action. But with all these sources, there are also lessons that have been learned in the implementation of this. So allow me to mention just a few of this. And one of the lessons is to invest in capital, capacity and readiness. And this is a continuous capacity improvement process. You cannot say that I've done it all and I won't do it again. A second is to prepare banks for successful accreditation and management of climate fund. And I'm happy that Payday is here, Environment Trust Fund of Eswatini. Yes, we need to get your accreditation up and running, because again, that is some of the lessons that we have learned from our member states. Where we have accredited entities, you don't need to go through third party, but the people can approach you in your office and then get things done and actions going on. Talk about the lessons learned on fostering partnership and collaboration with also accredited entities, technical partners, and I think that is also what the Commonwealth brought on board to some of its member states. The technical capacity, building the helping to scale up this accreditation and other process, and regional networks. And we heard that from the bank here. Also, another lesson is to focus on pipeline development. Again, with NDMA, and I'm happy that Africa Development Bank is also in the house. We try to mobilize resources and also approach them in some of the proposals to see how resources can get mobilized for Eswatini back then. And that is not limited. There are several institutions there that are engaging in pipeline. Another lessons learned is to ensure local context relevance. Now, proposals should reflect local priorities. And I remember the the shore proposal for Eswatini we worked on when I was there. It's very relevant, it's contextualized, and I think we need to advance that even further. Promote transparency and accountability. Robust monitoring, reporting, and compliance system are essential for maintaining funders' trust and ensuring sustained access to climate finance. Again, Director Dudu talked about this climate budget tagging. I know the MRV process was also ongoing. Nobody will want to entrust, and we've heard from the bank and also the Asian Development Bank, some of the criteria they are requesting for is that you must have a robust mechanisms to track, to report MRVs on your climate actions. So this has worked in countries where they have such a robust mechanisms, and I think it's a lesson for all other member states. So by applying these approaches and lessons learned, national and regional banks in both Africa and the Pacific can strengthen their climate finance strategies, achieve accreditation, and also play more significant role in mobilizing resources. I thank you.
Round of applause for Sam. Great. Sam, thank you so much for highlighting about the regional approach. You spoke about the GCF multi-country readiness. That is something we need to look at, and be rest assured we're going to come to you to get connected to the countries that have successfully implemented green bonds and all the innovative ways of accessing climate finance. And we take your advice specifically which you have given for Eswatini, which is a co-partner in this event. We thank you for that, and we will be discussing more with you in the future. Thank you, Sam. Payday. Look, you're looking very ravishing today. Yes, so Payday Languenia, the National Eswatini Environment Fund, is currently pursuing accreditation to access international climate finance. From your experience, what has been the key challenges in meeting accreditation requirements? Because you may need to have policy systems in place and frameworks and so on. And what steps is the fund taking to strengthen its systems And how can regional collaboration or peer learning from other countries and other funds help to accelerate this journey for Eswatini?
Thank you very much. It's a good evening to everyone. May I just start by appreciating the Commonwealth for organizing this side event and also supporting the Kingdom of Eswatini with experts. We have expert Dr. Sam and now Dr. Deepa, and which is not the only ones, and we have an economic advisor. But I would like to appreciate specifically Dr. Deepa, the work we have done previously, and now coming back to serve the kingdom. And we have already started, and we are looking forward to more work in advancing our agenda. It's through the Environment Fund, through the Environment Authority, which is administrating the fund, is applying for accreditation to the GCF. And the scale we are looking for is a micro-scale accreditation that has a funding cap of $10 million US. And the instruments that we are looking to deploy after accreditation is grants. Now, thinking of your question about the challenges, some of you may not know that the Kingdom of Eswatini is a small country between South Africa and Mozambique with a population of about 1.1 million. And the institution is just by scale comparing to other countries and organizations, just an institution with a staff complement of less than 50 persons. So that already brings the picture to you in terms of the size. And now you want to start approaching the giant called GCF accreditation. Obviously, there are issues or there are shortcomings that you are sure to face. One of the things is the issue of capacity in terms of the personnel that you have, so that you have the capacity that you are able to handle or to do things the way that GCF will expect. So that is one of the challenges that we have heard, that we need the staff to be capacitated to that level where we understand why GCF require things to be done the way they require them. Secondly is the issue of the policies and the processes and the systems, that you realize that with the GCF fiduciary requirements, some of these policies they want to be in place. We are a small organization. There has been that burning need to have them, or even when we had them, some of these policies had to be upgraded so that it's able to meet the GCF minimum requirements. And then there is the issue of track record. You know, they say you have this policy, show that you have done projects of these thematic areas, demonstrate with examples, 3 examples in the past 3 years. And then we find that we are lacking in that now to say, to demonstrate. We have projects, but they are small projects, not at the scale where it can allow GCF to say we have demonstrated that we have implemented this project to the way and is able to check the boxes that they want to see. But we haven't been sitting on our hands. While Sam was still climate finance advisor, we were able to kind of try to work around bridging the gaps, trying to identify what needs to be done, the policies and all that. And then we realized that, you know, you have to decide one day that do you patch this house that you have so that it meets the minimum requirements, or you just start afresh a new house. So we had to make a decision to say, no, let's get support so that we do this thing right. So currently we are implementing a GCF readiness project with FAO that is now assisting us to really put in place the systems, establish the policies so that we can be able to now demonstrate that we are ready to receive these funds that GCF has. And also it's not just about GCF, it's not about the money, but the country, the work that the NTA has done. It has made it clear that we need a robust institution that's not going to access GCF funds, but all climate funds, be it bilateral and all the like. So there is a national process that the ministry is doing where we are now looking to strengthen the funds so that we can be in a position to mobilize the much needed resources to implement our national plan, including the NTC and the NAP, among other documents. Obviously, to learn to walk, you have to see other people walking. You learn to speak, you have to see them speaking, then it becomes easier. So as a Swatini, as a fund in Eswatini, based on the work that the NTA has done, looking at public arrangements for climate finance or public arrangement for climate finance, they try to identify other countries that have done well in the region. And we look at that work, and then we identified that in Namibia, we have more similarities with them. And the Environment Investment Fund of Namibia has done incredible work in terms of accessing climate finance, particularly GCF funds. So we have taken that fund to be our mentor now, to say they can assist us and learn from them so that we are able to quickly grow to be this giant for Eswatini that can be able to respond to the call for government. A couple of years ago, we did a benchmarking visit where we went there just to learn how are they doing, what are their policies, just to share the story. And at that time, since we're in the early stages of accreditation, some things were said, but it didn't really make sense to say why are they emphasizing on this thing. But now we have realized that they can really help us move faster. That is why we are currently working on a memorandum of agreement to say how can they support us, how can you learn from them, and also on matters of mutual interest on how we can work around together as countries. I think with that, I would like to stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Payday. It's great to see a small environment fund from a small country. Already you have done so much, benchmarking with other countries, improving your policies, upgrading your policies, and so on. This is really great to hear from the Environment Fund. I think now I will open the floor for questions. Maybe we have time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Who would like to go first?
Thank you, Deepa. Thank you, colleagues, for the informative submissions. I think my short question probably will be directed to Sam and DPSA, and maybe let me just say the panel, particularly around the importance of developing a robust portfolio of projects in the process of actually getting ready and rolling out these projects. How important is that, and how best can that be done in order for any institution, particularly a candidate direct access institution, can look at as you try to get ready, maybe from the perspective of the Asian Bank and probably from the DBSA perspective as well.
Yep, feel free to answer.
Thank you very much for the question, and I think it's an important one. And I say important because I always say, if you go onto the GCF website and look at the number of entities that have been accredited, you will be amazed that a number of them, since accreditation, have not been able to access any cent from the GCF. And it's because you really need a robust pipeline of projects that can be able to go through, a very rigorous GCF process. So, which is why your question is quite key in my view. So I think there are many ways you can look at that, but I always recommend the following because I think it's quick. If you think about it on a regional basis, there is no reason why we cannot be able to learn from each other in the sense that I've just mentioned with a facility that we have put in place, as in the CFF that I talked to before. If you take that facility and customize it to your needs, what it means is that you can be able to, with speed, develop it to be able to address your needs in country, be able to access financing and deploy. But in the process, you are really learning the process of going from concept to developing a project. So you are accessing funds quickly, but at the same time, you are live developing skills to go through the whole of the process understanding the GCF processes better, their requirements, and responding to them. So for me, it's the quickest way to be able to do this. The second thing is that you can easily go to the GCF website and see what has been done because those documents are available. But in addition to that, you can talk to the people next door to your country that have been involved in the design of that facility and ask direct questions of saying, how did you do this? How did you overcome this? I want to do it different and do it in a particular way. What would you suggest as a way forward? In that way, you should be able to move with speed and learn at the same time. So that would be my strong recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
So just to add to that point is that one, you could also access technical assistance from your partners to actually help you develop that accreditation application. In fact, I think this is a great dialogue where everybody should learn from because of some of the lessons that we're bringing. But also, for example, Cook Islands took 7 years to get accredited to the GCF. So it is one of the more progressive Pacific islands, but it still took them 7 years. GCF, from their perspective, they are actually implementing a number of changes so that countries have easier access. Now I'm going to put that in an open and closed quotation because that is still to be proven by the countries. So I think everyone here, I think Asia Pacific as well as, I think the region that's hosting us right now are facing the same challenges as well as on the same journey to access climate finance. And appropriately said, some of the lessons learned that have already, for those countries that have already provided, that has gained access, that we can learn from. But in terms of the robust pipeline, I think one or two critical element for that is that, at least for the financing for funders like ADB and other MDBs, is that we always look at the link of the project to your NDCs, to your NAPs, and to your climate strategy. So if you have that environment, if it's part of your priority sectors, then it's easier for financiers or MDBs to actually come in and look at that. Investors looks at the predictable projects that are linked to strategies.
Thank you, ma'am. Sam, do you want to add?
Yeah, thank you. Another aspect we should look at it is the low-hanging fruits in developing a pipeline of projects. The GCF readiness program, like they just mentioned, is also one of the routes, because that also allow you to develop several pipelines, a concept note, and various ideas. So if you're asking yourself, where do I start? That is also a very good window when you use the GCF readiness, which I know Eswatini also have access. Through that, you can develop series of a lot of pipelines of projects. That gives you even the liberty to do that. And like the GCF multi-country that we are currently supporting member states, I say 15 and another 15 coming on board, is using that particular window to develop series of portfolios of pipelines of projects that they will assess climate finance, not only even from GCF, also but from the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Yes. Yeah, I don't know who came first. You can go and then ladies first.
Greetings, everyone.
Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Kenya from Kenya. Kenya from Kenya. Close. It's a great opportunity to be here, and I want to really appreciate the speakers and the moderator. Powerful submissions. We're looking at unlocking climate finance, and from the Kenyan perspective, now I want to make a question and a concern, rather just the submission. In Kenya, we have a program called FLOCA. FLOCA is a financing locally led climate action. It's a program of the World Bank. And over time, the program has been doing good, but a few concerns. One is actually big community participation. That over time there have been concerns that the awareness of the community about the program and inclusivity. I mean, who is benefiting from this program? Are we including almost everybody? And then number two is lack of transparency. I mean, how is handling? I mean, there have been a call for greater transparency in how the project, or rather the program, is being handled. So, drawing this experience from Kenya and drawing to the speakers, how this project, or rather any other project that will come through climate finance, will ensure high transparency and inclusivity of all the community members. I mean, every other aspect of the community being included, and high inclusivity. Yes, and thank you. I submit my submission.
Thank you,
Kaneya.
Kaneya. I think we'll take the last, maybe that will be the last question in the interest of, okay, one more then. Yes.
Thank you, good evening. My name is Francis Mwesije, work for Uganda Development Bank. Very insightful discussions here. I just have two quick ones. One, we've talked about the long processes, accreditation processes. You alluded to it. I think as a bank we have experienced that. We've been in the process for about now 4 years. But what I wanted to ask is, what does the change mean? The frameworks are changing for GCF. What does that mean for those in the process that have been pursuing accreditation? But generally, in access to funding, and what does that really mean? Second one is to Sam. At AU level, you read in your submission, you talked about contextualization. And I was wondering, normally when we are pursuing or mobilizing finances, of course there are some like accreditation processes I've talked about, rating agencies, the rating, because you're rated, and sometimes you find you don't want to say that one size fits all, where you are subjected to a criteria that would be for a developed country out there, and you feel there is no African-specific considerations. So with fragile young countries, sometimes you feel it would be unfair to subject them to that kind of scrutiny. So at African Union level, are there efforts to push for context-specific frameworks, or frameworks that really take care of African countries in their state, and to provide a sort of a fair ground, given that most of these resources, in most cases, they remain in the global north, or those that are well prepared, and sometimes it could be the reason that we don't see these resources trickle down to developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. That's a very deep question. Thank you for that. And
good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tabiso Nzuza from Eswatini. My question is directed to the representatives of the banks, more especially. Thank you for the insightful presentation. It is around the forest exchange risk exposure that we face as entities that receive money in foreign currency. We normally receive money in foreign currency, but then the bank where we receive the money then just converts into local currency, because our dealings are normally for projects that are local. I understand the challenges that were presented by the panelists on the foreign currency, more especially because you have regional dealings. So at times you find that you may have to maintain the foreign currency, so that when you release the funds, they are in the exact foreign currency. So seeing that the USD is volatile and there are delays in actually receiving the money from the funds themselves, which would be the cheapest way to manage the foreign currency risk, especially for entities from Eswatini, which are quite small entities that are dealing with transactions that are locally without actually having to get into financial instruments that are expensive, like your hedging instruments, your forex instruments, and also the credit lines. For us to actually have a credit line, it takes quite a long process. It even has to be approved in cabinet. So you can imagine that long process. So I just want to find out what strategy can be adopted to ensure that the foreign currency risk is minimized to minimum levels without actually losing the value that you receive from the funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabiso. So I hope the questions are clear. Kaneya wants to know how to ensure community participation and inclusion and transparency in the projects. Francis would like to know what are the changes that GCF is bringing about, GCF 2.0, and also a question directed to Sam on what is African Union doing with regards to context-specific frameworks for countries, especially fragile countries, and Tabiso's question on forex risk exposure. Who'd like to go first? Oh, yes, Pede?
I'll just answer partly. And the example on community participation, I think it depends on how the project is brought about. For our case in Eswatini, where we will be deploying grants, the mechanism that we use is that we make a call for applications. And then in the call for application, the communities, organization apply, but then there are checks for ownership in the community at the local level, where there will be support letters to ensure that indeed the community or the organization that is applying, the people are aware of that initiative. So in part, I would say that's one avenue of ensuring that the community, when the project comes, they are aware that there must be something like this that is coming. And on the changes that GCF is making, one that we are looking that it will favor us. I mentioned issues of track record on projects. We have just been informed that they won't be checking much in terms of the track record on Chapter 5 or Section 5 of the accreditation, but they will be doing more on the fiduciary, like the Section 4. So they say they will check the track record now when we now submitted the PIPE project, to check if you have the systems that support the project you are submitting. So I think in a way we are expecting that it will enhance us, and is one area that is making us also as the fund to be optimistic that probably 2026 will be our year. Thank you.
Amen to that. Anyone else?
For the GCF maybe, because I was the one who mentioned it. So GCF is actually streamlining its accreditation and project-specific accreditation. They are actually aiming from an average of 30 months processing to under 9 months. So how are they doing that? They're actually introducing project-specific accreditation approach, or PSSA, allowing entities to be accredited for a specific project rather than the full institutional accreditation. So there's quicker access for that. There actually also increase in accreditation throughput, the GCF Secretariat and Accreditation Panel Plan. So they're increasing the capacity of their people as well to review some of this application. There is also greater emphasis on direct access and country ownership. So some of the NDAs and focal points will be given more defined role in how to access modality and project approvals. So these are some of the elements. And I think in the readiness support, there is also a country window for readiness preparatory support, where countries can request support for institutional strengthening, establishing or creating climate strategies plans, and project pipeline development itself. And I think there is also a plan to actually field GCF personnel across different regions, so they are easily accessible. Now, in the context of the currency, and I know Sam will direct that, I think one of the instruments, and ADB is also implementing, is blended finance. So if we access concessional grants as well as philanthropies and other funds and bilaterals, we can actually use that to hedge some of the risk that is involved in the currency exchange loss. So, and at the same time, with blended finance, you tend to de-risk the loan, which could actually attract private sector, local private sector to come in and bring in money as well for the project. So that's just the gist.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to go first to the first question around inclusiveness. And I think it's quite a big issue to ensure that as we transition, as we commonly say, we don't want to leave anybody behind. But I think the challenge is, if you look at your existing financial instruments, the immediate question becomes, are they really designed to be able to do that? And I think that's really where the starting point is. And I'm saying that because we, at the DBSA, we are currently working on what we call a just transition financing mechanism. And what we are trying to do with that is really to start from scratch and say, do we really understand when we talk about impact, for example, on communities from climate change? Then we say, if that is understood, then you want to understand how it manifests itself within different community groupings. And then we then say, if we then understand that, then we can then be able to say, what is the solutioning for that? And when that is properly characterized, the next step becomes the existing financial instruments, how do they respond to that? And I guess the normal, progression from that would be designing appropriate financial instruments that would respond to the need in a way that sufficiently take into account the needs of those communities. I believe that real, bottom-up approach in terms of designing financial instruments specifically for a just and fair transition is the way to go, that hopefully we'll see the issues of inclusiveness being addressed. If I can quickly just talk to the currency issue that my brother referred to. I talked about the challenges that we've had with the facilities that I talked to earlier. Immediately after that, there was a facility that we got approved from the GCF on the water reuse side. If I remember correctly, at the time it was the biggest adaptation project approved at the time. But this is the interesting thing that talks to the currency issue. We were just coming off dealing with the challenges of the previous instrument. So there was big discussions with the GCF around how it could be sorted out. And it wasn't sorted out the same way that we solved the previous currencies of going a credit line and therefore dealing with hedging from inside the bank. What actually happened was maybe the GCF didn't want to put it that way, but in essence, they agreed to take currency risk. And how was that done? The question was to say, typically the challenge that you are looking at is to say, if you are going to borrow somebody funds in local currency and you want to repay but the currency has gone the wrong way around, you will have a delta that you have to deal with, which is where the challenge is. Now what happened is that in this current facility, money was set aside by the GCF such that when a repayment needs to happen and there is a delta that needs to be dealt with, we will tap into that pot of money to deal with that delta, as opposed to having to deal with it ourselves. So as such, we don't pass that risk to the client. We can deal with it from that pot that is put in place. I don't think it's a common thing that is being applied, but what at least it shows is that the GCF is trying to be responsive, understanding what the impact of that currency issue is. Thank you.
That's exactly the point. We need these kind of innovative, bright ideas that is to be shared. Sam, there was one question specifically for you. Would you like to take that?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe at this point I will remove my Swatini hat. My Swatini name is Sambulu. And then we go to Kenya. The question raised from Kenya by my sister. I think Kenya has been in the forefront of this. I'm very familiar with FLOCA in Kenya because it's from the Treasury, and Peter Odengo was leading that at some point. And inclusivity, Kenya, the FLOCA was almost becoming some of the things we need to showcase across Africa, how it needs to work at the community level and people benefit. Because again, it was also linked to the Climate Change Act in Makueni. Makueni County was the first to have the Climate Change Act, and then followed by Machako County and Vihiga, and other counties continue. But yes, despite the sources of FLOCA, we still have challenges, but it still remains something that can be replicated across Africa. And again, the Constitution of Kenya talks about public participation and inclusivity. So I think is part of the things we should insist at the county level in Kenya, that we need to be involved. And the World Bank also have these grievance redress mechanisms, which are inbuilt into every of their projects. So how are we using that to, bring to order transparency, inclusivity? So those are some clauses we need to invoke for FLOCA, because it still remains a good model, but we can work on those gaps from Kenya. For Francis in Uganda, yes, as African Union, we're a policy organ, we advocate. How is African Union advocating for a level playing ground? Because it's unfair for you to bring a fish and a dog to the same place and tell them to swim, that you want to award them in a river. So it's not fair. So what are we doing? Politically, we are engaging. Yesterday was the Africa Day here, and you saw the presence of the executive director of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, Ibrahim Ashek. He was the head of the African Risk Capacity before he moved to Loss and Damage Fund. And African Risk Capacity is an institution, an organ of the AU. We're engaging with him. We've met, the AU has met with him, and even continuous engagement. How do we make the Loss and Damage Fund responsive to African needs and reality? The people in Mozambique, how is the Cyclone Freddy, which also touched us in Eswatini, as at the time I was there. How do we respond to, how should Africa, because we're talking about capacity for us to assess, our capacities are at different level. And we are also engaging with the GCF, and you might know Catherine, who is the regional director for GCF for Africa. Decentralize this process, bring it closer to us on the continent. And they have started establishing, now they advertise where they will put the regional office, which country will host the regional office. We've had, at the commission, had engagement, direct engagement with her up to that. Another thing we are doing at the commission is the political heavyweight. You heard African government, African presidents talking about the reform of the global financial architecture. We sang it in the first African Climate Summit in Nairobi. It was taken to UNGA at the second Africa Climate Summit. It was the same, and our presidents from the African countries and the African Union has been consistent about this, that you have to reform this system. You cannot use old solutions to treat new problems. These things were done years back when we were even colonized, and you're still using the same system to say, limiting us access to these things. So we're putting, both at the heads of state level, the Committee of Africa Heads of State on Climate Change, CAHOSC, this has become like a mantra. You have to reform, you have to reform, you have to reform. And putting this pressure up, I listened to Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the WTO DG, last week or so. She's also talking about this reform that should be responsive to Africans' need and reality. So the African Union will continue to put that pressure until we see changes that are responsive to us. So we do it at the political level, and where we have opportunity, we do it also at the technical level, so that member states can benefit from some of these facilities. I thank you.
That was awesome, Sam. And I know AU and TBSA, ADB as well, you produce a lot of guidance and guidebooks, manuals on green bonds, on nature-based solutions, and a whole host of things for countries to build their capacity. So let's try to utilize all that. This is great. Great discussions. I feel that we should just carry on for another hour. This is so much. We learned so much. This is great. And when I look at this eminent panel, one word is coming to my mind, which is something new that I learned from COP30. It's the global Mutsirao. This is really a community coming together to help other communities and their community as well. Sorry, yeah. And I think I can draw parallels to that word from Africa. It would be perhaps Ubuntu, or the spirit of Letsema. And in the Pacific, Vanua, which is for family. So I really see that in the panelists today. We had a rich discussion, and they shared a lot. And we hope that this is just the beginning. We'll continue to engage with you. And I'd like to now hand over to Othniel to close the meeting, give some of his reflections. Othniel is one of the most senior members of the CIFA family. In fact, he's one of the founding fathers, so to say. Like CIFA was designed, he was part of the team that designed the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub. So I'm sure you have taken wonderful notes from here, and yeah, please summarize and close the meeting for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deepa. Maybe a round of applause to this fantastic, panelist. It seems I didn't even hear the clapping. Please, another fantastic one again. I think when I listened to this group, it took me about more than 50 years back as a toddler. We were taught to learn some Latin words. And exactly when I listened to them, it kind of tied very well. And you know the Latin proverbs that we were taught then? I didn't even understand it very well, but then it's just the translation. It says, cuculus monophosit monocus. That a man cannot give you what he doesn't have. But as I grow up later, I just found out that it's very, very relevant. Actually, in my own local language, maybe we can put it as, follow the man who sabi the road. That you follow somebody who knows the road, who knows where it leads. So I think basically listening to this very profound, this team, I'm struck by the profound convergence and the opportunities that unite our regions. We can hear perspective from the Asia-Pacific region, and we've had also perspective from an African region. So today's panel has illuminated that not just the technical pathway to climate finance, but the deeper institutional transformations are required to channel resources effectively to those who need them most. So the testimonies we have heard from our panelists reveal a very powerful truth that accreditation is not merely a bureaucratic hurdle, but we should be able to see it as a catalyst to build institutional evolution. So Mr. Mantata, I think, described how DBSA Climate Finance Facility de-risk private investment through very strategic blended finance, and also demonstrated how institutional innovation can multiply impact. So through the journey that DBSA have gone through, he has revealed how internal reforms has been brought in terms of governance, fiduciary system, and staff capacity can transform national institutions into trusted conduit for international climate finance. And of course, Mr. Langenwa also articulated the Eswatini's Environment Fund challenges in meeting the accreditation requirements. But one of the key things he gave a voice to the reality faced by many. I think when he talks, I could be able to connect. Like my colleague Deepa have said, I've been privileged to work as a climate finance advisor in 3 different regions. I was first in the Pacific in the island of Tonga, and then I moved to the Southern Africa region. I was an advisor in Zambia, and now presently I'm serving in the same capacity in Uganda, which is in East Africa. So one of the emerging things that is there, I mean, in my experience and trying also helping supporting some institutions to get accredited, was that the reality faced, I could hear the emerging institutions, the gap between ambition and institutional readiness remains a clear critical barrier. It's so exciting that Ogala, my very good friend, also gave us a very continental perspective that reminded us that it's not merely about individual institutions, but rather it is about systematic transformation that we look forward to. And I think his insight in localizing climate finance underscored the true accessibility requires not just institutional accreditation, but community level engagement, like Keziah was asking, an inclusive decision-making process. So we need to carry everyone around. So I think the Africa Union experience, I could say, demonstrate that regional coordination can create economies of scale and learning that individual nations might struggle to achieve alone. And what we need to do is to be able to work through in terms of collaboration. Ms. Javier also gave us 5 lessons, but maybe I will just try to summarize them into 3. One, I think that we can be able to, and a number of the speakers also alluded to, is that first, institutional strengthening must be prioritized along project financing. So the accreditation journey shared today revealed that building robust fiduciary systems, environmental and social safeguards, monitoring framework requires substantial investment in institutional capacity. It's not just technical assistance, but long-term partnership. This is particularly crucial for small institutions in seeds and LDCs. We've had those experiences that lack the human and financial resources for larger multilateral banks. Secondly, one of the things that we can learn is that peer learning across region offers untapped potential. There is a lot of potentials that we can be able to tap. And I think the Africa Union stands as a good, can be able to help move this forward in terms of supporting accreditation of some member countries. So thirdly also is that climate finance must be designed with end users in mind. And I think that was what Keziah was trying to ask. So both what Mr. Mantata emphasized on the risking mechanism for private sector engagement, and as well as Ms. Javier, focus on community level financial products that should demonstrate effective climate finance bridges and gap between international funds and local needs. So this requires not just financial engineering, but deep understanding of local economies, social structures, and climate vulnerabilities. So what are the concrete pathways maybe I will want to bring forward? Is that we need to translate today's insight, what we have learned, so that we can be able to have some concrete steps going forward. And maybe what I will just say maybe is a collective action. So development banks, like the Bank of Uganda, Development Bank of Uganda, and many others that are looking forward to getting accreditation. Now, of course, the Eswatini Environmental Fund. We need to position to bridge the gap between global climate finance and local implementation. So to international climate finance and development partners, the experience shared today, I think, also goes a long way to demonstrate that supporting institutional readiness requires a long-term commitment and flexible approaches. So we call on development partners as well as the International Climate Fund to recognize the value in investing in institutional capacity alongside project financing. And I think that is also, that support already is going, especially in terms of readiness. And we've heard that we can be able to access this funding even at the beginning so that those capacities are being built. maybe I will just make it as brief because already we have overstayed our time. So as we leave the Africa Pavilion, what is the thing that we should look? So the path to unlocking climate finance is not merely technical. Let us also understand it. It is deeply human, and it requires us to recognize that behind every accreditation requirement, every fiduciary standard, every monitoring framework, communities whose life needs to be transformed depend on our collective success. So we've heard from the experts, we've heard from the resource persons that have talked to us. And as I've begun my saying, reflecting back, follow the man who sabi the road. I think it is time for us not to continue scratching our head with fat. So the era of banking-led climate finance delivery begins right now. And that is the message that we should go with. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you Africa Pavilion for hosting us, and thank you to the participants for being so wonderful and asking very insightful questions. Thank you. May we leave our earphones on the table so they can collect it. And thank you panelists once again.